special. Just before we start, I'd like to let you know that, as it says on shorts, we do have a horizontal stream as well, which just gives you a few extra bits of the screen that you can see a little bit more on. So if you're streaming this on a TV, on a computer, or watching this on demand, check out the horizontal stream as well as the vertical. But we are gathered here today because at 10k subs, I promised a UCS set. And as voted for by you, the community, everyone in chat, everyone that's watched any short, any sort of video, and everything here on the channel, which we have clocked up quite some views, that's for sure. Hello there. You voted for this, the UCS Slave 1 Starship, and I made you wait. Boy, did I make you wait. I honestly thought that we'd be building this in a few weeks with the brand new smaller one, which I'm still picking up. It does have that exclusive Kaminoan, and there might be a third Kaminoan featured on this channel as well in Lego form. But I agree, not a spite. So happy we hit 10k and we can finally get around to building that. So it's a big old box. I do have a desk camera set up. Oh no, that's not what I meant to be pressing. I've got some new shortcuts on, no. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button, that's why. There we go. I got some new hotkeys for the stream. Hopefully that'll make it run a bit smoother. But we have a desk cam so that you can see what's being built as it's being built. And if you'd like to follow along with the instructions, check out the horizontal stream and you can follow along, maybe build the set alongside, or take a look at what I'm complaining about in the instructions as well. But before we get on to actually building it, we've got to get this box open. It seems as big, maybe slightly bigger to the Dark Falcon box. The box, oh, it's got to be bigger. It's like 2,000-3,000 pieces inside. So hopefully this is a little bit bigger than the Dark Falcon box, but it seems to be the same, you know, the same ratio height to width and the same way of opening it with these little bits of tape around the corner. I don't want to peel these off because I don't want to ruin the box, even though I'm going to recycle it in a few hours anyway, well, in a few days once we finish building this kit. So let's get some scissors, crack this open, and take a look at what a UCS set looks like, because this is probably going to be the most bags I've seen in a set. We built the MBS, the Master Builder Series Mos Eisley Cantina, and that's the biggest set we've built. And I think that does compare to this. In terms of price, the Cantina was a bit more, did have a few minifigures, might have had a few more parts, but it wasn't this big, nowhere near. This set is going to be 44 centimeters by 39, which is why, as you can see, the last couple of weeks I have been clearing the display in the back to have enough space to display this UCS Jango Fett Slave 1. So this is going to be big. And I am wondering if I can display this without the display stand. We're going to build it all over the course of the week, unless we get it built today. That'd be some stream. 24-hour stream, eh? Maybe, maybe not. But whatever we don't finish today, we will be continuing on Thursday. So stay tuned as well. There'll be multiple streams throughout this week. And then by the time we get it done, we'll be taking a look through the character encyclopedia, which I've only just purchased. And that includes a Palpatine minifigure. So, our first UCS box on the channel. Thank you, yes. 10k, crazy. Here we go. Is there more tape? Did I forget some tape? Oh, there's tape on the top and bottom. All right, scissors back out. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Almost there. How much did this set cost? Good question, Calvin. I bought this day one, and this cost £280. Now, with this set, it didn't just come as the set. I did get a gift with purchase. Let's grab one of those. So I did get the gift with purchase at the time, which is the Camino training facility. And I also did get an exclusive keyring. Nope, not R2. I did get an exclusive keyring, which is pretty cool. So this costs £280. If you want to calculate the value of these, I mean, these normally go for about a fiver afterwards. I think they're actually valued at £4.99 on Lego's website. So that's £5 off. I think this was valued at £25, which, comparing this, I tell you what, this is the UCS stream. We are going to be building a UCS set. So excited for that. But given the fact that that's a £25 battle pack, this new battle pack kind of seems a bit more valuable, a bit more worth it, doesn't it, for £35? Because I don't think there's half as much. There might be as many pieces, but there's not half as much in terms of the size of the builds. But so we'll knock off, say, 30 quid. It's still £250 going towards the official set. And the keyring is pretty awesome itself. So here we have, can I pop this out? There we go. Here we have the Jango Fett Slave 1 keyring that spins. It only spins like that, so it's limited to about 90 degrees, maybe about 80 degrees, honestly. But that's pretty cool. I was going to pick up the coin as well that comes with it, but I haven't looked since. If the coin, which was valued at like £15–20, has been sold anywhere. Because I feel like I could pick that up cheaper than spending that many reward points on it. It's going to cost quite a bit, eh? But there we go. Hello there. $300 American this set costs, which is quite some. It is a very expensive set, but definitely worth every penny. And now that I should state as well at the start of this stream that I'm a massive Attack of the Clones fan. It's my favourite movie, and out of all the UCS sets, the gunship was so tempting. The Venator was pretty decent as well, but I'm happy that this is right now the one UCS set that I have invested in. I think this is going to look awesome in my display behind me, and goes with my minifigure Scow Kenobi Starfighter. So thank you, you all made this possible. I guess this video is sponsored by 10,000 of you for subscribing. And opening it up, we have a lot of bags. This is going to be a very fun stream. But just look at that. This thing's crammed, packed with bags. It's up to the line. They've left no space in this. I think the fact that this box is, how big is it compared to the Falcon? About 2 inches taller than the Falcon box. It's got like double the bags in it. So how many bags do we think? Some of you have built this, I know. Will I part it out after? No chance. I think this is going to be one of the only sets kept. We've got R2-D2 still. Captain Rex from last January has to be the only set. I guess I've got my very first Lego set as well from 2008. But this set's got to be built for the best of the next decade, you know. I think to celebrate 10K, we've got to keep this built. I can't be parting this out. I shouldn't need the pieces. There's a few good pieces. If I have any improvements to a UCS set, I don't think I will. But if I do, then I'll make the improvements I see fit. But I think I'm going to keep this built. I do have Boba's helmet just behind there, and I want to part that out. But I might recolor it for Jango's helmet. 10K at last, yes! I'm excited. So, how many bags do we think are in this set? We've got 16. So let's have a little look. We've got, let me make sure I've got one of each of the chats up. Don't need any confusion there. There we go. Let's have a poll. Let's get a poll up. How many bags? What do we think? How do we poll this? 32, higher or lower? What do we think? Do you think? How many bags? Let's keep that. More than 32 or 32 or lower. So I'm just getting a poll up on both of the streams. Don't worry about that. And let me know. What do you think? More than 32 or less than 32, or 32 exact. That is an option as well. Make your vote count whilst I count how many bags there are. A lot. Wish you could build the UCS Jango Slave 1. Well, you can experience it through this stream, and I hope it brings you joy. How was my anniversary? So for those of you that don't know, me and my partner did celebrate our anniversary 7 years on Saturday, and it was a blast. It was a blast. We had a lot of fun on stream, a lot of fun off stream. A great time. I spent all day yesterday actually trying to find batteries. I've got the batteries, so that video's coming soon. I'm not going to announce anything here on stream. Not to do with that video. That's one that's going to have to wait. And hopefully I can order these as well somehow. There's at least 5 bags. Spoiler alert. There's at least 5 bags in there. What's the best way to order these? I guess 5's pretty close to the start. Alright. My aim for today is to get through half of this set. So to build half of it, we've got George saying 27 bags. At the minute, the short stream seems to be all in on more than 32. I think that's a short stream. And the horizontal stream seems to think 32 or lower. Ooh, a nice friendly divide in the streams. We like to see it. All right, so we got 21. That's pretty close. This is the fun part at the start where we organize the bags. All paper bags as well. Nice to see. There's bag number 1. We can keep that out. We'll be starting with that one. No sign of the instructions yet though. Just built the UCS Star Destroyer. Awesome. The UCS Star Destroyer is a good build. I'd love to build that one day. And I did say at 100k subs, I want to build a Fig Scout Destroyer, which I was going to set the record. I saw a video actually pop up that there was a second X-Wing built in 2013 that was like 50 feet long or something like that, which seems crazy. So I definitely don't have the room to do that, but I do want to build a bigger UCS set, a set that's bigger than the UCS set for 100k subs. So maybe at 100k subs, we build the Death Star. I'm not making any promises. That's like £1,000. That's like 4 Slave 1s. And honestly, I might rather have 4 Slave 1s. We can do a Boba Cannon, a Boba Legends, a Jango Fett, and then part 1 out for all its exclusive pieces. But maybe at 100k, the Death Star or the equivalent for the time. Because, you know, 5 years down the line, there's going to be another UCS Falcon Death Star size build. But I'm intrigued to see what's coming down the line, especially for Lego Star Wars. Oh, 11. All right, I think that one stays in. We have this bag here, which could be the cockpit. And we also have, oh, okay, that's quite cool. That's quite cool. We'll get to that. Where were we at with here? Number 11, 8, 5. Number 7, there doesn't seem to be too many big numbers. I think 12 goes after 11. There's bag number 2. Oh no, Lego, you haven't. A plastic bag in 2025. What is this blasphemy? Ooh. But we got a nice printed piece. Could you imagine if they whacked stickers in with other bricks? Jango Fett Starship from the QAT Drive Yards. QAT Drive Yards. It's a Fire Spray 31 class patrol and attack craft. 21.5 meters long. Ooh. Air 31 drive engines, modified class 1.0 hyperdrive, 2,700 G of max acceleration, twin blaster cannons, rapid fire laser cannons, concussion missile launcher, a mine layer, Void 7 seismic charges and has the capacity for 1 pilot, 1 co-pilot, 6 prisoners. Are they actual prisoners, or are these just carbonite blocks? 6 carbonite blocks, 3 passengers, and 40 metric tons of cargo. So what's that fit? 10 people? No, 11 people. 1 pilot, 1 co-pilot, 3 passengers. Ain't there 3 seats in the cockpit? I guess that's 1 passenger and then 2 other seats and 6 prisoners. We'll have to size this up. We'll have to give this a go. I did miss a comment actually. Who was that? Your dad bought Alfie. Your dad bought £325 bundle, and it'll get half back on the minifigures. Yes, some minifigures go for crazy prices, don't they? All right, this is the really cool case. I haven't seen anything like this before, and this is the instructions. And hopefully the stickers. Hopefully the stickers are in here. It's even got a little flap to open so you don't have to be tearing corners or using scissors anywhere near. Alright. Did I keep it in my inventory? Yes, I did keep it in my inventory. Is the Cantina a good alternate build for Boba's accessories? We'll have to check that out. 19, number 10, and I think that's all of them. Right, how we can organise this? I think we just grab them and see how many bags there were. We have 1 stream voting more than 32, 1 stream still sticking by 32 or lower, and our total number of bags. It's a lot. If it's anywhere near 32, it's a lot. Our total number of bags is 23. Okay, I feel like there might have been more in Mos Eisley. There might have been like 24. It might have been really, really close. And also, that's the number 9 bag. So that's what we got to look forward to. Let's start with bag 1. Well, actually, let's start by opening all of these other bags, because I don't know what. Well, the instructions is pretty obvious, I like to think. Maybe this isn't instructions, maybe we just got by Lego. Oh, alright, little glue tabs on it. Gonna get the MTT. Nice. I definitely think the MTT is the one I'm most excited to pick up for, but I also want to recolor the MTT. I'm a big fan of Clone Wars. Clone Wars is amazing, but you know, the prequels, especially Phantom Menace does also have a big place in my heart. This is book number 2. Very minimalist, isn't it, with a white background. Still a thick instruction book though. This is just half of the instructions, so that can go back down here as well. What bag do we pick this up on? Bag 13. We're about halfway in, so we'll put that with that. And then also in here is the sticker sheet. Decent. I did have the sticker sheet for the Arc 170. I think I might have put that away with my other Lego stickers, but this isn't too bad a size. I think it's slightly smaller because it doesn't have the big cockpit stickers. We've got a few interior stickers. I assume, actually, are they for the seismic charges? Are they stickers on dome pieces? I guess that works. Surprises me, I thought they were printed. And then the stickers for the external bits of the ship all over. And the cockpit stickers at the bottom are really, really nice. Got to keep those protected. And last, is it? Yeah. Look at how cool that looks. Once again, this would make a nice wrapping paper, wouldn't it, for a Lego set? Lego store needs to start offering wrapping services. And this is book number 1. I'm covering the QR code because I'm getting my 20 points back for this £280 set. And before we start building and getting into, yeah, for $300, it deserved a manual art. It's quite simple, and I kind of like that. because they're meant to be doing away with, you know, ink and reducing the ink in Lego instructions, but then they go ahead and just print all these pages black. It's like a black gradient. You can see the shadow under the phone, and the rest of them are all grey. So yeah, I don't think that works. And also, it's a glossy white. You can see the way the light reflects off it. That's not just the ship, that's the white behind as well. So that's been printed white. It's not saving on ink, it's just a minimalist look, which I think seems to be the preference for these giant UCS sets. Would I like Superman sets? I would love to have some Superman sets, and I do feel like the Superman mech is the only set we're getting for the Superman movie, but fingers crossed, after the success of the movie, which I've heard a lot about, a lot of good things, I would love to see a few more sets next year. I just think Lego's going to think it's too late, you know, and they're not going to have done enough with it whilst it was about. 2014 Star Destroyer had like 11 stickers. Oh, mad. Yeah, instead of reducing the ink, they should reduce the prices. Is this what we're paying for? Are we paying for the ink on the instruction manuals? I'm not going to wait. I'm going to get this open, and I do feel like this is the cockpit. No instructions on how to open this. I'll tell you what, it opens better than some of the perforated edges on these paper bags do. And that's saying something. Oh, let's try and collect all of our recycling in one place. I believe this is my favourite Lego piece. God, look at that. First off, it's massive. First off, it's massive, as it should be for the Slave One. But that's so shiny, so clear. This might be the first cockpit I've actually got that has no scratches, and it's arrived in a paper bag. That is pristine condition. Again, you'd want it to be. It's an expensive set, but wow, that is something. Oh, 11 bags in the Star Destroyer. So this is like a double Star Destroyer. Double the price as well, which isn't too bad when you say it like that. Let's have a little look. So, let's get it up. But here's our instructions. And in the start of the instructions, we have the typical, you know, sustainability. You scan the QR code, takes it to a website. We've got the Builders app as well, which I won't be using. I will actually be using the digital instructions for this, just because we've got so many pieces, the desk is going to be filled. But we also have, because it's a UCS set, these little side pages, aren't they, of all the different stories, reasoning behind why they built it. So from Jens Kronvold, who's the creative lead and design director at Star Wars, I assume potentially the person that designed this set, we might have to read on. Jango Fett Starship embodies the notorious bounty hunter's prowess, agility and resourcefulness. After modifying the rare Firespray 31 class, it's a Mando thing. It's a Mando thing, taking an old ship and modifying it. To suit his line of work, it serves him on an epic missions throughout the galaxy and the saga. In Attack of the Clones in 2002, arguably the greatest Star Wars movie that has ever been made. In the famous space chase through the Geonosis asteroid field, we see the unmatched versatility of this mobile base of operations. The ship's unusual design, with its vertical orientation during flight mode, really sets it apart from other starfighters and cruisers. Now it joins our extensive LEGO Star Wars UCS, or Ultimate Collector Series, combining an exhilarating building experience with a remarkable final creation. It does look really nice, and we'll be able to recreate this scene here, because I do have the Kenobi set and have made it to scale with this Slave One starfighter. A bit more on the design. We've got Jango Fett himself. We do have what looks like a concept art. I don't think I've seen this. Concept art for Jango Slave One, because Kenobi has those, you know, typical Ralph McQuarrie lightsabers that you see in concept art. We've got a little bit of the interior. It seems they've popped out the storage from its shell with, hold on, 6 seismic charges. room for 8. Room for 8 seismic charges. Wow. And then a bit of interior down here for passengers and the 3 seats in the cockpit. There must only be room for 2. There's the seismic charge and a few other images from the movie. And here we go. Details on display. A bit more about the Lego set. I'm not going to read it all because it's a UCS set and this will take as long as the first bag. But you've got a few different features. The loading ramp, the rotating wings, and the twin blaster cannons, which I hope the twin blaster cannons are locked into each other at some point because we never see them move in differently to each other. We got the cockpit underneath, we've got the back to tank and the jetpack. We've got the UVO 4 sign above the cockpit as the origins of the Jango Fett Slave 1. And we've got some doors that release and open to release the seismic charge. But it seems our first bag is with Jango. Anyway, as I said, we won't be taking a look at this anymore. I'm going to create a lot more space for the parts for the different pieces. So as you can see on the mainstream on screen right now, we do have the instructions. Here they are, and we'll be following through those. I guess I could have shown you everything through here as well, but you know, it's better to look in person sometimes. You can't beat the paper instructions. And it does seem we do have another brick separator, as if we haven't got enough of them already. Hello there. I'm running out of things to do. I think it's nice that we get a brick separator, but I also think it's one of those things you whack at the till. Lego need to have a pop-up on their website. Add this to your collection, you know, and just for £1 a brick separator, I do like having lots of them. I guess if we didn't get them with everything, we probably wouldn't be making things like signs out of brick separators because we'd have like one of them in our collection. But let's get this bag open, see what we're dealing with, try to be as gentle as we can. Oh, almost perfect, almost perfect. Not half bad. And this is what our first bag looks like. Oh. I think the bags have been updated since I last checked them out because we now have Lego bricks on these circles. I don't remember that year. 2025, the Lego group. So these are a brand new paper bag. Hello there, Acer. Thank you. 10K. Let's go. Brand new paper bags. Same for the little one as well. They got this year's copyright on them. This doesn't look too, given the box that we just had on the desk, this doesn't look too bad anymore. We won't be using the brick separator. We'll be using my brick separator hammer, which is a 3D printed case around a little hammerhead and 2 official Lego brick separators. I do feel like for $300, £280, maybe getting some of these Till ones, maybe even an exclusive color. Till doesn't go with the Slave one, nor does orange. Maybe a dark blue, maybe a green, maybe a dark, like a sand green, maybe even a yellow. Just a new colored brick separator. Because we've seen so many colors. I know they've had a green one before. Maybe we could get a green brick separator with the Jango Fett Slave one. That would have been cool. Can you have the brick separator? If you can grab it through the screen, you can have it. But for what it's going to cost sending it out, that's another thing as well. For what it costs sending out a brick separator, it's not like people are buying them on Brickout Bricklink, because you can go to a... I don't have a local Lego store. Not everyone does have a local Lego store, but you could go to a local Lego store and pick it up for, what are they, £2? Are they still £2-ish? Something like that. So, Jango Fett, eh? With the printed arms. Ooh, this is a nice minifigure. And also my first, not just first UCS set, my first Jango Fett. Never picked up any of the older sets. We haven't had a Jango Fett for way too long, so I'm happy not only we've got this Jango exclusive to the UCS set, and I believe this minifigure will forever be exclusive to the UCS set, but we've also got the new playset coming out with Jango Fett Slave 1. Alright, here's the viewfinder. Oh, how snazzy is that? The little new viewfinder on it. That's pretty cool. So it's the same one for the clone troopers as well, and we do have 2 of them. There we go. 2 of these little viewfinders, so I can add one to one of my other clone troopers, or yeah, I guess we're also going to get an extra one in the battle pack, aren't we? So I've got a few for my old minifigures. It costs like 20 bucks exactly. By that point, I guess you've also got the you know, train ticket, bus ticket, whatever, to get to your Lego store. But that feels less daunting than paying postage on a brick separator. I've also noticed this is a brand new piece here, this little V. Very snazzy looking V. I haven't seen that before. It might be new, but I don't think there's any indication, because we're also on the inside getting a similar little indent as to some of the newer pieces that we see over in Technic. And well, there are quite a few new pieces in Technic. We took a look at a lot of them in January, and I want to do the same in August, taking a look at some of the new pieces that LEGO have come out with. Because LEGO are always bringing out tons and tons of new elements. It's hard to keep up. There's so many that can be used on an old set to improve it, to give it an updated look. There we go. I've noticed that the polls are slowly swinging to less than 32 now. I guess we can end them. So congrats to everyone that said 32 or lower. It was indeed 23 bags in this. There we are. Let's two. Ooh. Okay. There we are. I think LEGO would have more sales if they added more minifigure accessories like Karmas. I do think there's some truth to that. I think a lot of people will not be picking up some of the new clone sets because they don't have Karmas, and picking up minifigures for especially minifigure collectors, because minifigure collectors are only going to want one of each minifigure. So that new battle pack, that's what, like 35 pounds, must be about $45 if I remember. People are going to be paying that for just one minifigure instead of a battle pack. But at the same point, I understand LEGO's concern with the Karmas. It's just a shame they don't print them on. I'd have loved some printed Karmas on the new minifigures. And I really think that it would stop a lot of people complaining. If they printed side of the leg or dual molded legs, at least we're getting something. Ooh, it's a nice piece as well. I'll definitely have to check it out. Ooh, a little sandwich going on here. So we already have like 2 different chunks of a ship. This is what I feel like we're going to get with the UCS sets in general. A lot of building a little bit and then it pulls up, which is nice. It is nice because it saves having to hold, you know, a massive slave one, trying to get each of these little plates on it. It's something that LEGO definitely used to their advantage. And then we start piling it all up. Where's, aha, just like so. I can't tell what we're building yet. You don't think that printed Karmas are bad? No, I prefer printed Karmas in terms of the material over time. Even customs. Customs is even worse than LEGO, but there haven't been any big customs from the early 2000s. The material is going to, you know, wear down a little bit, but the only issue I have is with the printed Karmas on the front, currently are 2 strips. If they were printed on dual molded legs, that design would go, you'd have to print the white on the front, which LEGO are getting really good with. LEGO are, we saw with the, oh, what's her name from Andor? The officer. With, oh, I forgot her name. With this minifigure here, you can see the white on the black. You can't see it as well. Can't see it as well on this camera. Dedra Mira, thank you. Dedra Mira's minifigure. Dedra Miro's minifigure. There we go. is really good at getting that white printing on the front, and then I've added decals to give the dual molded leg effect, and I think it does improve it just to continue the jacket that then goes all the way around towards the back. I think it just looks that little bit better, just that little bit better. And if Lego did that with Clone Troopers, I don't think anyone would really be complaining about any of it, really. I don't think anyone would be complaining about the little printed parts, even material, because there are a ton of sites out there that you can get the material from for real cheap, and that's something I might look into doing, actually, just because why not? But I definitely think it'd look a little bit better than the little strips, you know. That's my only concern with it. Maybe eventually we'll start, but also because Lego haven't started it now, I think when they do start, there's going to be complaints that they weren't doing it originally. It's a slippery slope, isn't it? Yeah, having cloth calmers would definitely increase set prices. Can't wait for the buildable K2SO. I can't believe that's not out already. I always forget that that's... we knew about it ages ago, but it's an August set release, August 1st. So it doesn't come out for another week. Can't believe that. Definitely feel like that should be out already. I haven't seen too many pre-orders this year for sets. I know there's a few for August, but none that early. Oh. Double stack him. Might use him as a book stand. Oh nice, K2. How would that work? So you've got K2 as like a bookend, so K2's holding up. It's surely got to be heavy enough. Or is K2 going to hold a book? Ooh, I wonder if they can. If anyone's got K2 or 3PO, let us know. Could you imagine just holding any important books? I'd use it for my Lego passport. It's really the only book I have, but if you have any small instructions, you can use 3PO or K2 as a stand. And this clips on the back here, using studs to secure the Technic. And plates. Studs and plates. Plates and studs. I feel like Lego should make an extended universe, like a whole theme for the expanded universe. I think that could be quite good, but Disney don't have much of an expanded universe. I guess their expanded universe is Rebuild the Galaxy right now, giving us Jackson, giving us Darth Jar Jar, Infinity's Vader, the Dark Falcon from the new Jedi Order book. We're getting so much Legends content through Rebuild, which personally is why I fell in love with it straight away. Getting all that Legends content, yes please. We've also got the Hot Rod of Snowspeeders coming out. That's going to be a good one. Yeah, I guess it's Lego's way of doing it, because it is made by Star Wars fans, not just Lego fans. So what would you like to see? Yeah, Dark Empire would be good, or some of the new comics. Even some of the new comics, I'm surprised they're not doing sets on those, because there's some really good storylines. Oh, almost the wrong way. A lot of these round tan 1x1s, I feel like they're stoppers. They're not really pieces. This here, I feel like it's a Lego stopper. Purge Troopers would be nice. I do have a custom Purge Trooper actually that I picked up from Filoni Clones, and that's from the Jedi games. But we got Cal Kestis as an extra minifigure. A Mantis would have been lovely, with the whole crew inside. Maybe even throwing Cal and the other guy in an X-Wing. The next X-Wing we have, to save from getting another Luke. Instead of experimenting, they should remake figs and sets which were retired for years. I am still surprised on that Lego don't. And I'm waiting for Lego to pick up one of these companies that are just, you know, churning out sets. And if Lego bought out a company that, I guess it gives the wrong message, doesn't it? But it's a bit like in the video game industry. For security purposes, a lot of game developers buy out hackers. And someone hacks their game and they're like, I will pay you to stop other people doing it. Lego need to do something like that. They need to pay someone to remake old sets and keep that market alive, because that sells so well. Yeah, they've got enough to deal with in terms of resellers for sure. But if they were in control, if they could control the quality of these sets going out, you know, people could buy it off Lego. They wouldn't be buying it off a third party, wouldn't they? I guess it's not as easy as just saying it. The Bricklink acquisition did take a lot of time, effort and money from Lego. But look at how well the Bricklink designer sets are going. I think if they could have that success with Star Wars, it would just cement it as one of the best themes. It might even propel it a bit forward in terms of best themes. Which way? That way. I think it'd be really nice to see some of the old sets, especially some of the old battle packs, you know. There's a reason Lego don't resell sets, and it's just because they can't do what they were doing for the price they were doing it. It's either going to be really cheap or really expensive to redo them. And of course, with them buying Bricklink, you know, they start reselling sets. Suddenly, Lego's worthless because they're coming out with, well, not worthless, but in terms of business for them, it does drive it down. But yeah, Phase 1 clones. I'd like to see more sets remade. We are flipping this a lot. So the old battle pack with a 4 Phase 1 clone trooper, something like that with a new walker. That would have been good to include in a battle pack. 1, 2. Especially for an August battle pack. Save the clone troopers for another wave, which I'm hoping they're doing with a Nova Core. Oh, we forgot Jango's fire sprays. There we are. And on top of the 2 viewfinders, check this out. So we've got one viewfinder on, this is tiny, one viewfinder on Jango's helmet. We have a second spare viewfinder. And then we have a third viewfinder. There's 3 of them. Is that lucky or is that meant to? I think that's luck. I think we got a bonus viewfinder there. And there we go, UCS Slave 1. Is this a gravity? No, this would be the wrong way for gravity, wouldn't it? Well, I don't know. Maybe this is the gravity feature for the wings. And we're building 2 halves that go back to back. But let's get back to straight on into it. You think Lego does already have a deal with resellers? Ooh, wouldn't that be interesting? Hello there. Ooh, a few little bags in here. So let's get the spare parts. Should really have a bag for spare parts. Bag number 2. A few more pieces than before. And what would you know? Oh, slight different shade of blue. I thought it was the same as the teal. It's not. Not quite. And bag number 2. Let's get the little bags. Medium bag, I should say. There we are. I think this does do the opposite. It kind of looks like a mix between the same pieces we had in bag 1 and some brand new elements. Hello there. There we go. Right, one of these. Haha. Yeah, it'd be interesting if Lego did have a deal of sorts with resellers that they're earning profits off it. They're secretly giving the licenses. But I think also it's not Lego's license to give really, as long as I think the problem is when they redo something that Lego's already done, it is just straight knockoff. And you see it outside of Lego as well, a lot of knockoffs that make things more accessible, but also try to underwhelm the value of the original item. Thankfully, no one's anywhere near Lego's quality to do that. but the only problem is with the IP. So for Star Wars, it's not as much a Lego issue when someone's creating custom figs and that. It's more so an IP issue. If you were to mass sell them, you know, you're going to need a license for it. I can't remember the exact number you have to sell for a license, but you do eventually need a license for selling minifigures and the likes. Lego should bring back the mini dioramas. That could be cool, like the Death Star trench run. I like the little ones they did for the gift with purchases. I'd like to see those again. And I think if Lego wants to make them really popular, whack a minifigure in there. If they weren't already popular enough. That'll get everyone involved, everyone interested. A minifigure and like an exclusive tile. I do think that's behind the long-standing success of these UCS sets compared to something like dioramas or helmets or something like that. There we are. Hello there. There's definitely an axle running through this. There's going to be a big old axle because we've got that Technic brick on the middle. Don't know what the gaps are for though. That is interesting. Maybe this is the core of the Slave One. Maybe it is. We are also having the instructions on screen. If I do make any mistakes, feel free to shout at me in chat, and hopefully I'll correct it when I spot it. But it does seem that we have done half of the Slave One. I bet we're doing the same the other side, because look, this piece, all pieces from bag one. Yes, I remember this. Look at that. Look at that in the top corner. If that isn't the mirror image, I don't know what is. Is that everything then? Because I thought these were going to be for the wings. Oh. That'd be, there we go. I'm happy to be building this today because it's a bit warm in here, you know, with all the lights on and that, but generally it's not a hot day considering what it's been the last couple of days. It's quite, I wouldn't even say it's a cool day. I wouldn't go that far. It's just not as hot as it has been. And because I want to build as much of this on stream as possible, well, we're building it all on stream, but you know, would love to finish the first half today. It means we can sit here for a little bit longer than usual. I think our longest stream at the minute is 9 hours maybe. So we might be pushing up on that. It's going to get to a point where we just can't beat it. I think YouTube only holds on, it's either 12 hours or 24 hours. I feel like it's 12 hours though. YouTube only holds on to the last 12 hours of the stream. Eeny, meeny. So if we ever do a stream that long, we'll have to wrap it up and start a second, part 2. And if I can remember where this goes, we have the 2x3 and this. And then, no, I don't remember this. I think Lego do listen to fans, but there's so much noise, isn't there, in the Lego, especially the Lego Star Wars space. There's a lot being said at all times. So I do think a lot of the constructive criticism gets lost in the noise. Recently, it's like with the turbo tank. I think Lego's going to ignore everything said about the turbo tank because of the odd people saying how, you know, the stability issues and stuff like that, which, as someone who has all but built the turbo tank, we'll be double checking that when the instructions come out. I do think that Lego looks at you know, us as a community, as fans, Lego looks sometimes and goes, oh, they're complaining again. You know, when something like Karma's something like Karmas is something that a lot of people really want in their Lego Star Wars sets. So perhaps there will be a designer at some point that adds clones with Karmas, brings it back. We've just got an update to the visor and to the pauldrons as well. Maybe we get plastic Karmas again. That is definitely on the table. I don't know how they'd work it, but they could definitely work it so that, you know, printed Karmas on the front and the plastic Karma only goes around the side so that they can still sit down on stuff like the AT-RT. It's more than possible. I'll look into making some of those if Lego don't. Or try and get in before Lego do. And I think a lot of it is just lost to the noise. But they definitely hear a lot of the feedback. There are people all over from Lego, and it's not just the people as well at Lego. But shout out to that Lego store that chimed in for our Transformers live stream. People that work in the stores also get the chance to pass on feedback, and there's enough Lego events where they have live chats. And they might not respond to everyone, but if everyone's saying the same thing, you know, it definitely gets the message across, which is nice to see. All right, how on earth does this go on? Oh, this is meant to be on here, that's why. Didn't recognise it. Haha. Even you. Quite like this, the fact that they've not relied on Technic, but a mixture of Technic and bricks. Because it'd just be too bulky if they relied on bricks, but I also think Technic tends to bulk it up. I've had a few comments from people that have built the original turbo tanks, for instance, and the new one has a bit more interior, where it's not got a lot of Technic growing up inside of it. The interior is easy to access, you know, there's no beams in the way or anything like that. And I will be building at least one of the old turbo tanks to compare it to at some point. I've got one on my mind, but it's nice to see. It's nice to see the differences in Lego sets, you know? People should stop complaining about the small details, in essence. Oh yeah, about the accuracies. I still think it's mental that Lego... I had a video that went out like an hour ago talking just about that. So once this live stream's over, or if you need a break from UCS talk, then go check that out. And it's about the new Arc 170, because Lego have re-released a different version now. The January one has retired, and Lego have switched up, like 6-7 months later, which version is on shelves. And the big difference is the cockpits, because they weren't accurate to Revenge of the Sith. The problem with that is Plo's Delta isn't accurate to Revenge of the Sith either. They were Clone Wars ships. They were Clone Wars ships for this year. And I guarantee there'll be some people by the end of the year complaining about how the only Clone Wars set we got was like Ahsoka Zeta or something like that, when we just had 2 of them and one of them dipped because people didn't like it. Maybe that was something that Lego changed, was going to change anyway. Maybe it was more of a business plan. But yeah, it's Lego, isn't it? It's meant to be fun. There are going to be mistakes because the people behind them, you know, they're not just working on these sets, they're working on various different sets, and also it's human error, isn't it? There is going to be a few little mistakes here and there, but as long as they don't get someone's lightsaber, like as long as it's not an error that you could Google and find the answer for, I don't mind. They're a bit annoying when you Google it and the answer's staring you right in the face. All they had to do was search. There we are. I'm pretty sure that's the mechanism for the wing. And this. Alright. Bop. Hey. And are we connecting this? Not yet. Patience. Another plate. Yeah, this is going to be solid. I don't want to break this down anymore. With how I've just seen the first 2 bags being built, I've decided this is staying up forever. No chance. Unless there's like a little tile that I need off the surface. I've done that enough to Captain America. 1. Huh. Oh. Helps if we put it in the right way. There we go. And then we need the L. I don't know how many, definitely the 2x4 wasn't on the other side. So we connecting it. Hey! Right way round. And there we have a skeleton, almost, of the Slave One. Not half bad is that. Accuracy matters in figs, but people have obsessions that take away the joy. Yeah, I think accuracy in minifigures, I found it a very, very slippery slope, because you look at a set like the Sarlacc Pit. Alright, the Sarlacc Pit is the only one I really have any problems with, because the only accurate minifigure in that is Chewbacca. If you want to really dial it in, the only accurate minifigure is Chewbacca. Lando's got the sort of mist coloured. I like it more as a minifigure. I think Lando's colours are maybe brighter. They might have been a little brighter, and saturation dialed up a little bit, because what he was wearing was pretty dull in the movie. And Han's shirt is flipped. Luke's robes, again, they've brightened the robes, made them more grey than black, because it's a Lego minifigure. It's meant to be a bit fun. Nine Num's belt is on his legs, not around his waist. Like, you could go on and on and on about it. But as long as the right minifigures are included, as long as, you know, there's no Anakin Skywalker in the Sarlacc set, I think that's all right. And previously with Lego reusing figures for the burnt up Anakin and Kenobi, it's not great. It's not great. And sure, that might not be the best. Lego's motto, by the way, is only the best is good enough. It's something that the designers live by more than Lego as a company. But, you know, it's nitpicking. It is really nitpicking. And yes, it'd be different if it was a Star Wars show all about it. But as a Lego set, I think sometimes it's fine to colour outside the lines. Just not too much. Has its limits. But I do think Lego should be allowed a little leniency, like with the Rebuild the Galaxy sets. There is absolutely nothing wrong with those, because Lego can make it whatever they want. There's nothing Lego can do wrong, because it'd just be considered canon. Could you imagine if the Snowspeeder was meant to be white? Someone just... because I know at Lego they do colour bricks. So they do spray paint bricks, they cut bricks, chip away at bricks, because they're inventing new bricks. It's nothing different to what I do with a 3D printer, only I don't have an unlimited supply of Lego bricks. So it's cheaper for me to print my own than it is to damage existing ones. And it's also easier on the eyes for you. You don't want to see me breaking Lego. And I do think it's, yeah, imagine if they just spilled a pot of paint, red, orange, yellow paint, all over this speeder, or like, that's not half bad. That's headcanon now. That's my headcanon for what happened. Bag number 3. Make sure no parts are being left behind. We're going to have a big pile of paper afterwards. It's a good thing these are recyclable in the UK. If you've got any Lego sets, Lego bags, you can recycle them alongside your boxes. There we are. A few more newer pieces, and I say newer, not new, because these were included in the MIDI Scout Acclimator. So they're not entirely new, but they're still newer than every other piece in this set. Any more? Nah. And this is top, bottom. Right. Looks like it's got 2 eyes in the mouth. Just screaming. Lego Star Wars fans when Lego don't make newcomers. There we are. 1, 2. Oh, now it's got a hat. Or is it a beard? Maybe it's arms. Now it's a speaker system. Lego really is anything, isn't it? Ooh. There wasn't a ×2, was there? I always get caught out on these instructions whether or not there's a ×2, so I have to go back and check, because with a UCS set I assume if there is a ×2 it's probably going to be quite a long ×2. I mean 18 plus, Lego aren't holding anything back with some of the techniques. They have to put out, for the UCS 8080 they had to put out how to take it apart, because they just built it that well that the thing wouldn't come apart at all. 1, 2, lots not bricks, keeping it held in. It reminds me of my own giant minifigure scale Falcon, which I think is basically the size of the UCS version, but I tried building my own updated one. Might have been around the time the official Lego one came out. And there we are. Definitely a little bit of greebling on the back there. That probably doesn't serve a purpose except for that little Technic pin there. Some more to the sides. And give it some teeth. Hey. Where's? There's the clips. Let's get some of them. Getting some nice colours in here. So we've just introduced dark blue and dark red, as you can see on the screen, just towards the bottom. Probably going to be covered up. Probably are. But nice to see the colours on here. Like the little pink brick, that blue brick is definitely going to be covered up in the top of the slave one here. This is definitely going to be completely covered up. I wonder why they didn't go with pink. Maybe they've snuck a pink in somewhere else. We'll have to keep an eye out for a pink brick. We do need to. Am I crazy? Ah, I'm crazy. I'm going crazy. There we are. What's also quite fun is this is the UCS Falcon. We've got a midi scale Falcon coming out soon. I've got it's just down here. I have the 20th anniversary slave one that's been recolored. And I also have the micro slave one that we've just built, Jango Fett style. So I'm like an Advent Jango Fett slave one away from having every single size. We've got to get an Advent built. A little Advent slave one. It exists somewhere. Is the ATTE retiring this year? You want to wait for May the 4th? I think it might. I think it might retire because it's already had its 3 years, hasn't it? Its Lego sets really only last for 2 years now. Some of them don't even last that long. Here in the UK, Entertainer had the Invisible Hand, which was an exclusive set to the Entertainer, and it retired after 6 months. It clearly wasn't selling well enough for them, but it sucks the fact that then we got the Acclimator this year, and you can only pick it up from lego.com. So well done to anyone that picked it up from the Entertainer before its retirement. It does mean that within 6 months it was on sale heavily, but I do think that the ATTE might be retiring. That being said, I don't think it's going to be an investment set. I think you might be able to pick it up quite cheaply in the new year. So if the ATTE does retire, I'd have a little look out for clearance around Christmas, and you might get a really good deal. Or Black Friday. If people think it's going to retire, it's going to have a really good Black Friday sale, and you might be able to pick it up for a lot cheaper than the like 25% that it's going for at the minute, which is still a good deal on Lego. But as you've all pointed out, time and time again, Lego's getting like 50% off now before it retires. And it's still just selling as well as any, like, normally when a toy has 50% off, you're like, okay, they've had trouble selling this. But no, it's Lego. It's Lego with 50% off. So yeah, I would say K2SO is also a newer set, so you'd have to wait a bit longer for a sale, wouldn't you? So if you can get K2SO pretty cheaply now, that's not going to change until K2 retires. And then I hope the ATTE does have a nice sale end of this year. I think the ATTE, because of its link to Clone Wars, well, Revenge of the Sith, sorry, and Clone Wars, will also be easier to pick up afterwards. It might not be an investment set. I don't know, maybe for Cody. I feel like the 212 might be coming back soon. But I do think K2, yeah, K2 is a great set to pick up now. So keep your eye out for an ATTE sale. I also think that is a little problem, isn't it, with sets like that? How expensive they're coming out. The MTT, I feel like, is worth it. But the Turbo Tank, the more and more I think of the Turbo Tank, the less and less I feel like it's worth its price, and maybe would have been better even at £120. Just under what it was. Oh, I did miss your comment, George. Have I played the game Peak? No. What's that? That sounds interesting. Is it a climbing game by any chance? Peak, Mountain Peak? Maybe, maybe not. I like this, the row of studs. That's satisfying. It's also got a little bend to it. Or is that just my eyes? Does it look flat? We can always test it against the top of the desk mat. Is that flat? Does it have a little bend to it? Oh. Spot on! I'm going to have to give it a look. Hello there, Chronic Gaming. Nice gold shiny stud next to your name. If you'd like a stud as well next to your name, consider joining the members on the members board. Master Moldy's Members Monolith. Look at that. Thank you to all the members that have joined and supported the channel an extra little bit further. And there are other perks as well. Go check them out. Join button down below. Be a nice chill stream. All right, I'm going to add that to the list. I realised we never went back to any of the Lego games, but I think the Lego games are just, for some reason, really hard to stream. We ended up getting through Lord of the Rings a little bit, but they don't run like any of the new games, do they? It would be nice for Lego to remaster some of the old Lego games, but again, like with the remaking of Star Wars sets, they'd need the license for it. And if Lego were going to turn around and remake 1 million Star Wars sets, Disney are probably going to say, oh, no, that's all right, we'll just have 1 million new sets of all the new content since. Have we seen the list of sets for January for Star Wars? The recent Lego leaks and the rumours with the sets coming out. I can't remember the list top of my head, but I have seen a list of sets that people think are coming out next year, and I like it. I like it because only half of them really appeal to me, and that means that I can focus more on getting some of these August sets in the January sales. There's a few good sets. There are a few good sets. Minifigures returning. Brand new minifigures as well. Like some of the minifigures that we haven't got before are the Cad Bane from Book of Boba Fett, which is probably going to reuse a few parts from the minifigure that we have got, and then Cobb Vanth as well. Ooh, a new Cobb Vanth means probably a new few other minifigures in the year. Or do we think that this is taking up one of those slots? So, Cobb Vanth versus Cad Bane is meant to be its own little set with a Cobb Vanth speeder. There we go, there's another car coming in 2026. Alongside cars, the DeLorean, the Hagrid bike with Harry Potter sidecar. And I still think we're getting a little speeder next year at some point. And then, did I? Okay, I think we're going to need that later. And then we've also got a little battle pack, 300, it's really cool. The 332nd battle pack has been one of my favourite battle packs with a little swamp speeder. And we're getting 332nd troopers, the Ahsoka clone troopers, with the Mandos, the Gar Saxon Mandos, which is going to be a nice battle pack because I'd love to beef up my Mando army. Definitely don't have enough of those. And it's a cool armour as well. It's the black Mando armour with the red Maul details over them, as opposed to the blue Clone Wars one. Maybe we could get... When was the Duel on Mandalore? Was that Phase 1? I think it was Phase 2, wasn't it? We could get some Death Watch troopers with like Phase 1 clones, maybe, as a spin-off from this battle pack, if it does well, which I'm hoping it does. Some more spare pieces for bag 2. Don't mind mixing those. I can't remember some of the other sets. Has anyone seen the list? Seen the list of sets? Are we on bag 4 already? Oh wow. Aren't we storming through? Has anyone else seen the list for January? Hello there, Christian. Thanks for asking. I've been alright. I've been good. I've been impatiently waiting for the UCS Slave 1 build, I'll be honest. I almost went live yesterday, but for the last... Well, from yesterday... what time yesterday? Probably about 10 in the morning, maybe a bit before 10 o'clock in the morning. I have been on the hunt for some batteries. Not just any old batteries, but some cell batteries from like 2000. And finally, 15 minutes before I went live today, I'm still not telling you what this is for. You're going to have to wait for the video. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a good one. But finally, I have the button batteries, the specific batteries needed. And I can also use a few of them to fix an old keyring that I've got. But finally, I've got the batteries. And as soon as this stream finishes, I'll be wrapping up that video and hopefully getting it out for tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. I'm excited. Genuinely, it's going to be like an hour-long video, but it's so worth it. It's so worth it. And a lot lined up as well. I've been working on a few things behind the scenes for custom minifigures. You might have seen the short. There's a few customs coming as well. And yeah, I cannot wait for August. Which seemed funny saying. I couldn't believe it was August like a week ago. And now I'm excited for it. A lot of good things coming. Hope we're all having a good time, chat. If they're the same 332nd troopers, you'd rather get all 4 Mandos. That's a good point. And I do think from a collector's... So most of us probably have quite a decent Lego collection and probably also picked up at least one of the battle packs of the 332nd troopers. But I think from a point of view of people getting into Lego Star Wars, that battle pack retired last year. So we've had a full year without any Ahsoka clone troopers. And Season 7 is a big part of Clone Wars. There are some people that haven't, maybe this is one of you, that haven't watched the rest of Clone Wars and only watched Season 7. Because it works. You can just watch Season 7, it's that good. And not to say anything about the other seasons, the whole thing's good. If you like Season 7, watch the lot. But there are going to be people that don't have the Ahsoka clone trooper and really like that design, because they didn't watch 6 seasons of the 501st and 212th. And I think for them, this is going to be a really nice set. And like I said earlier, this is going to get so many people into Lego But I agree. Personally, having picked up a load of the Ahsoka clones, no, who am I kidding? I would love more and more of those Ahsoka clones. But it would have been nice to have got 2 battle packs. I think that's the perfect scenario to get the... almost identical. Almost identical. To get the Ahsoka clones in one kit, and then to get the Mandos in another kit. Because the amount of Ahsoka clones I'm going to have to try and beef up my Mando army, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be more than I picked up of the Phase 2 shinies. That's for sure. Saw the list of sets, but have enough to buy between now and then that you're not worried. Yeah, that's a good point. There is enough for Lego to focus on that, you know, we'll look at them in January. When there's official images after Christmas, I will have a little look. But I did peek the list. I'm really interested in the in some of the set names. I think it's set names that have been leaked, and they've piqued my interest. I can't wait. They got me excited. You know, I'm not a big fan of leaks in terms of all the little images that are out, but I do like getting a set name. A set name. And then seeing the official webpage. There's something about the white background with a yellow banner that, you know, it can't be beat. It can't be beat. Even when Smiths reveal it. Smiths have been revealing a lot of sets early. It's not the Lego page, is it? All right. Locking these in with some wedge plates. Another piece off the Acclimator MIDI scale. I think we're going to find a lot of them. Have a lot, be in the office, but you're still in bed. Well, thank you for tuning into this stream. Living the life, eh? Meant to be at work, but would rather be building Lego. Put that on a t-shirt. There we are. Easy step. Just 2 of those plates. As you do. Interested in a UCS set, we still have steps like that just get us to put on 2 plates and, you know, you're done. Move on. I'll take that as a little break. Maybe we should have had a little drinks break in there. There you go. Yeah, I forget about the what was it? The ATT, wasn't it? The AAT. ATT, the tank. If I knew what that stood for, I'd probably remember the letters. But the tank that came with the no-hole helmet, I quite like that. And I did switch around quite a few. Yeah, helmet swap with a 501st, and then you get the 332nd specialist, and also you get the 501st regular troopers. That's what I used it. I used it to the ATT. Thank you. That's the tank. Does anyone know what that stands for? The ATT. The tank. I'm pretty sure the third one's tank. But the what? The all-terrain tank? No, it seemed to struggle on those icy mountains. It's got to be something like all-terrain tank, but I definitely picked up a few of those to make some specialists, and I also did that with a few of my other clones. I like to mix and match. As long as I've got one set of troopers. I think I did that with my Coruscant Guard as well. I mixed a Coruscant Guard and a shiny Phase 2 for a 91st Recon. Oh, thanks, George. All-terrain tactical enforcer. That's the ATTE. What about the ATT? The separatist tank. Don't worry, that's that's me calling it the AT, the AAT, the everything but. Mix and match for the win. That's the best thing about Lego, and that has been the one thing. Oh, look at this. I got an extra bit of plastic. Oh no! Oh, I had an extra bit of plastic on my 1x2, and then I popped it off. But that's what keeps me in Lego as opposed to Black Series. The mix and matching of minifigures. Even Funkos. I know Funkos I can paint over, but if I got that deep into Funkos, I wouldn't have money for Lego, so I'm not trying to do that anytime soon. Oh, I like that little bit. But the mix and match of Lego creating custom minifigures with elements that they make. clone troopers, so many legions we can create with the elements that we already have. I mean, my clone wall is about half Lego, a quarter custom, and a quarter mix and match Lego minifigures, just from different combinations that I've either thought of, or there's quite a few that you've thought of in the comments and that I've seen online that I've added to the wall. I need to get that back up. Just across there, I've still got the holes, you can see on the wall, I've still got the holes from the shelf that we had up. I'm hoping that they're the same distance that I need for the clone wall, but we'll have to have a little look. Want Lego to release a set that's 4 alien figs that can be mixed and matched for multiple characters. I do think that Lego, even something like a CMF's quite good, but we only seldom get alien heads. Like the spider one was pretty cool. We haven't seen that since. But there are so many aliens that Lego could create for Star Wars. The Book of Boba Palace, the Book of Boba Fett Palace was a great set for that. And I didn't pick it up. Again, I can't remember what I was picking up instead at the time. I had so many opportunities to pick up that set and I never went for it. And it's got some really good, unique alien heads in it. So one day, I genuinely think, and I know it's not too expensive. I mean, I was seeing it on sale for like 50, 60 quid, which was half price. Amazing deal. But I know it's probably like 100 or 100 and something pound. But it genuinely might be my white wow for just never picking it up. It's crazy to say, isn't it? So a set like that, I think it's crazy. I'd love to. Maybe I can even print some custom alien heads for my next mock. I think it's Armored Assault Tank. Thank you, AAT. That's the one. Thanks, George. I'd like to consider clone sets as Imperial sets. Ooh, there's a. I was going to say hot take. Actually, they kind of are. It depends what era you're going with on your display. But like I say, if you want to bulk up your clone trooper army, your Imperial Stormtrooper or your First Order Stormtrooper army, the best thing you can do is put your other armies behind. And they'll be lost to the crowd. You won't be able to tell that there's a Stormtrooper or clone. Well, you might be. You'll know it's there. But when people come round, have a look at your army, and there's a few different helmets at the back, no one's going to think too much of it. And it's a great way to bulk up one specific army, especially if you have a load of the other minifigures. I don't have a load, but I do have quite a few, like First Order and Imperial troopers. That piece is not coming out. I think we should remove this element. The axle with a flat top. This is not coming out. That is stuck in there forever. I refuse to do that again. There we go. You can still pick up the Boba's Palace for less than the original retail. I know, and I think it's just a case of, like you say with the January sets, I've been picking up so many Lego sets and building so much, I just haven't had a second to stop and look. That's what I need. Once I've built this, I need to have a little look and see if I can pick that up. Maybe that's what we do, because at the minute actually there's a lot of August Lego sets. Maybe we focus on August Lego sets, and then when there's a break we go back and we have a little look at those sets. I'll have to jot that down as well. I've said about that twice now. Let me actually jot that down. Alright, we've got the Peak Game and the Boba Palace set. There we go. And then I'll have a little look, because I'd love to build that, and especially the minifigures in it. I mean, Boba, Fennec, I'm not too fussed about, but to date, the fact that I don't have a Gamorrean in my collection, a Gamorrean is crazy. Lego have released so many of them. There's another figure that I definitely should have. And 1x3s. There we are. I like the little exposed bit down there. It's quite satisfying when I know what it's about to turn into. There we go. What am I building? Thanks for the question, 9num. This is the UCS Jango Fett Slave 1, aka the Jango Fett Starship. This is the massive one to celebrate 10,000 subscribers on the channel. Thank you to everyone that has and continues to subscribe. This is quite an achievement, this set. Oh, we've got tiny little Slave 1 wings. Can we just not put them there instead? And this must be one of the sides of the ramps. I want to do an Order 66 mock with one Jedi versus a whole battalion. Oh, do you think the Jedi stands a chance? Maybe. A Jedi is worth like 1,000 clones, is it? Or is a Jedi worth 1,000 battle droids? Is that the thing? That might be the thing. Bag number 5. Oh. Ooh. Can't forget about that one piece. It's going to be important now. I must say, the pile of paper to my left is stacking up really fast. If that's what 5 bags look like. We're going to fill a box with all this paper. We are. What I'd like to see is, I saw someone make a short actually on like a Lego shredder using Technic gears. I'd like to get a giant Lego shredder because I have an electric shredder, but I've always said about getting a manual one because, you know, you plug it in, but you could also just crank the shredder. Have that for when I'm building Lego sets and just shred all the paper. But then that's even more mess, isn't it, really? Am I buying the smaller Slave one for the Kaminoan? Yes. Yes, yes. But am I buying it for the Kaminoan? I have no idea what piece that was. We'll know when we've lost that. Am I buying it for the Kaminoan? Or am I buying it... I think I'm buying it for the Kaminoan, really, and I... Because I don't think there's any exclusive pieces in there. I feel like it's going to be very similar to the old Boba Fett one. So I'll probably be picking it up for the Kaminoan. That's my main reason. Thank you. Thank you. Didn't buy the UCS, you're buying it for the figures. Yes, I think it's nice that it's the same Jango besides the arm printing, because it puts arm printing back on that pedestal of being a delicacy. We've come to expect it quite a bit thanks to the Vader minifigure having arm printing, but also to like Ahsoka having arm printing, and both of Ahsoka's minifigures having arm printing. And then there's a few other minifigures. Fennec was used in multiple sets, and I think Lego thought Fennec was going to be used a bit more as well, given Bad Batch, Book of Boba. I don't think we got a Fennec in Mando. Who else has actually been given arm printing? Oh, Mando. Mando's got some arm printing as well, but that's the similar case to Vader. So I do think we've been treated really nicely with arm printing, and to have it exclusive to a UCS for someone like Jango kind of makes sense. Although now I've bought it up, I have to say, we've got arm prints for Mando. Shouldn't that apply to all Mandalorians, the same print on different coloured arms? I guess we've got the Mudhorn on Mando, but if they do etch out that Mudhorn, which shows Lego being too detailed sometimes, if they didn't use the Mudhorn and just had plain arms, they could use that for Bo-Katan, also has printed arms, for all the Mandalorians, even for the new Gar Saxon ones. They could have the same arms printed on them. I guess it's nice that we got the Mudhorn. That's a detail that we've come to appreciate, but Still, could have been more. Could have been more. I think young Boba is one of the few reasons people remember Kamino, the way he looked at Obi-Wan. Yeah, I mean, young Boba. I actually really like the young Boba minifigure. Young Boba's quite an interesting character. Pops up again in the Clone Wars as well. And I wouldn't mind a teen Boba show. A load of like a 1313 kind of style show. We need 2 of those. But with a young Boba centered figure. Ooh. That would be nice. Especially maybe bumping into like Kenobi on a mission or something like that. Because we've had, in the Clone Wars, we've had the whole Revenge on Windu arc. But we haven't really had much more on... Oh, wrong way. On Boba's Kenobi. Well, a little Kenobi arc would have been good. I think there was something in the Clone Wars, but not as big as Windu. You know, Windu was the main target of that. Bought an original sealed 1999 Phantom Menace Anakin. Whoa, how much did that set you back? I would like, that's the long legs Anakin as well, isn't it? Is the Phantom Menace? Yeah, it came with the regular minifigure legs. Fat thumbs and small keyboards don't go together. Nor do big hands and little Lego bricks. They don't go well together either. I think with Lego... Oh! That's a 1 brick wide little step up. Oh, that's a nice piece. Where is it? Oh, we'll get to it. We'll get to it in a minute. Let's finish this other side. Yeah, I think with Lego, there's so many designers doing what they want, which is nice that Lego give their designers the freedom to do, you know, whatever they want, that sort of thing. Within reason, I should state. Within reason, whatever they want. But it's interesting the way the community responds, because there are some choices that are a pure preference. You know, purely down to that one person's preference that is other people will agree with, but also, yeah, there are going to be people that don't agree with it and have strong feelings the other way. So I think it's bold of Lego to keep allowing designers to do what they want. Does this go all the way down? No. Wait. Oh, these are on backwards. But yeah, so sometimes a bit of continuity, I feel, would go a long way with Lego fans, because there are some themes that have that continuity and are constantly, you know, making sure it fits with what they've done in the past. Ninjago managed to keep up with it really well, but Star Wars struggles sometimes. Whoa, that is nice. And that's just a bit of Technic keeping that on. And nothing on the inside. Awesome. I have a feeling that might be where a little interior is going to go later on. Or some sort of interior. Maybe that's just where the ramp leads to. 1, 2, 3, 4. What if Obi-Wan killed Jango and Coleman? Oh, and Coleman Trebor survives. I thought you were going to say, what if Kenobi kills Jango and Coleman Trebor? Yeah, Kenobi jumps up, stabs through Coleman, and then that goes through to Jango as well. Whilst he's there, he might as well just swipe his blade to the left and wipe out Dooku. Kenobi just goes ham. It's like, turns to the crowd of Jedi. I have the high ground. Oh. And only he, because only a Sith Lord deals in absolutes. I forgot what I was going to say now. What if Obi-Wan killed Jango and Coleman Trebor survives? Do you think Coleman Trebor would then go on to have like a big impact? Say, maybe Coleman Trebor stops Palpatine from being captured and ends up killing Grievous? Say something like that. Shark T still gets stabbed, but then Coleman Trebor steps in and saves the Chancellor. And then the Chancellor takes Coleman Trebor on as his new apprentice, replacing Dooku. I don't know how Dooku dies. Maybe that's down to Kenobi as well. Alright, I'm missing a 3 long Technic pin. Plenty of those laying around though. Not in that drawer. Not in that drawer. Maybe this drawer. Here we go. I'm hoping that only 1 Lego brick dropped, and that 1 Lego brick would be the 3 length pin, because we don't get spares of those. But next time I'm going to be a bit more careful. Oh, where are these going? Oh, locking it in. Flip this back upside down. What a what if. Do I think Disney will do a Jango Fett series? I'd love them to. Do I think Disney will? No, I think because Disney have done the Book of Boba, maybe Book of Boba season 2 can be a prequel season. Oh, going through, like, Boba will do something and we'll get more flashbacks. That could be nice. I think Book of Boba 2 is probably going to link into a bit more like Mando or something, and Boba's going to be a Mando-fired Jango Fett. Because he's sort of like a godfather at the minute. Maybe Tatooine becomes a base of operations for the Mandalorians. We're going to see the secret outreach of Mandos across the galaxy. And before you know it, the New Republic's going to just like kick their feet up. Ah, Palpatine's finally dead. And this group of Mandos just comes flying in. Surprise! Yeah, I could kind of see that. I mean, Mandos have their own way. That is the way. I can kind of see that happening. Grievous has a good chance. Yeah, Grievous does have a good chance of... I'd love a Grievous series. That would be good. Especially like a really dark Grievous series.
I'd agree.
Yeah, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Disney, make it happen. You've heard what we want. Come on, Lego, more Grievous sets. I'd love a buildable Grievous. I really want Lego to redo the buildable Grievous as well. I think that's one set that might just be out of my reach in terms of mocks. I'll probably give it a go eventually. But I'd love a UCS, not even a UCS Grievous. The old one was UCS, but a buildable Grievous. Yeah. No problem, thanks for hanging. What is this? Wait, oh, it's a 1x4. I thought that was a plate. I thought this was a plate. Down here, it's not. It's the 1x4 on top. Never mind. There we go. And also, that's the piece that I was talking about. This little one step up. If you want to see what I mean, head over to the horizontal stream and you can see the little black step on the right hand side. This little piece over here. Make it a horror series. Start with a flashback or before the accident of good old Shi Lao. Ooh. Yeah, that could be quite good. Start off, maybe we need a Tales. Tales of... Is there another cyborg? Tales of the Cyborgs? Is there another cyborg we could reckon with Grievous? Tales of the Separatists? Tales... I don't think Disney would do that. That sounds too political. Tales of... What could we do with Grievous? Because we could have 3. We could have Shi Lao Grievous. We could have a... you know, half cyborg, because I don't think Grievous replaced everything at once. I think he was very beat up after his lost fight, and then slowly but very surely became Grievous over Shi Lao. And then we could do maybe then the 3rd episode, right? Because Disney like doing this with the Tales and with all the other content we've been getting recently. They like bringing in like unmade episodes and parts of Clone Wars we never saw. Almost like deleted episodes, the missing stories. What if the final part of Grievous's 3-part of Tales is the chunk from Son of Dathomir that we never got of Grievous on Dathomir. Dathomir Grievous. We got a sneak peek in the final season of the Clone Wars, or maybe the first episode of Bad Batch. It was in one of those. But what if we see that in Tow's, and then the other 3 episodes are... Oh, I don't know what I'd pair up with Grievous. You know, Grievous is quite dark. Maybe... No, I don't know what I'd pair up with Grievous. Honestly, don't. Who's good enough to stand alongside Grievous? Like, we've already had Thrawn. We've already had quite a few different characters. Who's worthy of Grievous? You know, I would also like a Tales, like we've got Tales of the Jedi. I would like a Tales of the Sith and that sort of thing, which I do feel like we're kind of getting. Maybe that would be the Grievous one. If the first one is Shalao fighting someone and like Plagueis and Palpatine are just looking over, something like that. I don't know how early they'd make it that Grievous was spotted. That could be interesting. Maybe it's just Palpatine looking over Shalao on the battlefield. And then we could, with Shalao's parts being replaced, again bring in Palpatine. Maybe even bring in Dooku for that. And then we've got, I guess Dathomir would be Maul and Palpatine as well. So they could tie it in. But I don't think Grievous belongs in a Sith series. In the series, Grievous should be assisted by his friend when he was Kalish. Yeah, bring them all back. The friend, the lover, the lot of them. I think that could be really interesting for a Tau series as well, because of how fast-paced it is and how little time they have to tell these stories. They could really jam everything into, you know, what was it, like 20 minutes? Feels like it. Go on. And then the big... Oh, wait. Where's... Oh, no, this does go on. Yeah. Then the big slope. I think a Grievous series might do well, like Maul Shadow Lord. Maybe Taus are branching out. Taus can still work for characters that don't have enough for a series. Kind of like Ahsoka in the sense that we've got an Ahsoka show. So Taus works for the bits that they're not going to include. But I think Grievous could have his own show. Give us a few episodes, 2-3 episodes on each step. And I feel like that's what Maul Shadow Lord is going to do. I've said about this enough. For any of you that have already heard, don't worry. I'm not going to go on about it again. I'm sure a lot of you would like me to. But with the Maul series, I think we're going to get Clone Wars style 3-episode arcs, jump around to 4 different time periods. It would work so well. It's got to be done. Hasn't it? Got to. Oh, got a little piece there. Disney could also use the lore from the Clone Wars with his Kalish statues. We did see the Kalish like a tongue twister if you say it too fast. The Kalish statue in his lair, didn't we? That's a good point out, that. Sure, a lot of people forget. So they could pull on that. Oh, look at that. First sticker of the set as well. Sticker number 1. Let's grab the brick separator that came with the set. Make sure we got it around the right way as well. Yeah, Grievous show would do so well. So well. I'm going to put it in the topmost left corner, which is going to leave a gap on the right, but I feel like it's going to look better than having a little gap. Oh wow, that is topmost. Oh, is that perfect? Oh, that's perfect. Oh yes, look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. There you go. That's why I put it the topmost left corner. You cannot, that's not a camera issue whatsoever. You cannot see any green on the left or top hand side And Lego would have you put this in the center, which is why they've made the sticker a bit smaller, but I would recommend putting it in the top left corner. That way, and look at that, you can't see any of the green that is still underneath. That's perfect. Oh wow, I could not have asked for better sticker placement. Check that out. On the main camera, it'll be a bit blurry, but check that out. I could not have asked for any better sticker placement than that. It's perfect. Crazy, crazy perfect. Rare footage of Moldy putting a sticker and actually concentrating. And it paid off. I should do that more often. Oh, I'm happy that's worked. What was I talking about? Grievous, a Grievous series. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, crazy. That's it. We can't break this set down. This set has to stay built for how good that sticker placement is. That's not even Lego anymore, is it? With the Grievous series, yeah, that's... oh, you're watching Season 2 of Clone Wars, so it's top of the mind. Yeah, I do want to rewatch Clone Wars, but I'm actually rewatching Phineas and Ferb at the minute, which is a show that... It's odd to think I was watching that alongside Clone Wars, given how dark some of Clone Wars actually is. But I mean, I guess Phineas and Ferb has similar points, doesn't it? Alright, there's a little clip that goes in at the top. There we go. And then the plate clips down there. Locking that in. Oh, that sticker's so good. And that's the bottom of the slave one, isn't it? So we'll probably be doing the other side. We'll keep that like that. I can't believe that sticker's so good. But with yeah, Phineas and Ferb, same time as Clone Wars, about 2007 and onwards, and now it continues past Clone Wars. Clone Wars was a few years ago now. Phineas and Ferb, new season coming out 2025. Half of it's already out. And I would love if with the rest of Phineas and Ferb coming out, maybe a new season. I think that's really going to depend on if we get a Lego set. But that Lego Ideas set that's made it to 10k, I think there's been a few over the years. The most recent one, I'd love if that got made into a set. Alongside the RNLI Lifeboat as well. Both would be great sets. And I think Lego could benefit. I know Ideas sets, if they don't get through, Lego can still pull on them later on. But I do think that let's flip this back. I do think that for the idea sets that don't get through, Lego could put up the instructions online. Even if I guess they probably wouldn't sell them because Lego put their instructions up for free so that you can build any set as long as you've got the pieces at home. I think Lego should put the instructions up online for the failed idea sets. I guess it's down to the person, isn't it? I know when you're putting up a project on Ideas, you can't, there's terms and conditions, but you can't put it up on like Rubricable. You can't give out the instructions because if Lego then go around to making it, they're gonna own the instructions to the set. So that when you submit things to Ideas, you're basically saying it's property of Lego, just like a regular set. You wouldn't upload these instructions on any other platform, so don't upload your own model instructions. But I would like Lego to put them up. Maybe even temporarily, if they're worried about storage space or something. Tales of the Fallen. I missed that comment. Great title for the Grievous show. For the Tales of the Fallen, Grievous, and then we'd have to do... We've already had Dooku. Tales of the Fallen. What a name. We need a Grievous microfighter. Ooh, imagine. Don't even care how expensive it is as long as it's below $40. A Grievous microfighter, but because Grievous is a droid and has like 4 arms, they double the price and it's like a 30 quid microfighter. And it's just Grievous's wheel or something. Crazy. I wouldn't mind a Grievous microfighter. If we can get a Grievous ship and it comes with Grievous and a 212th Airborne, After the Captain Rex Y-Wing, anything is on the table. Grievous Microfighter with a 212 Airborne, or... no! Not a Microfighter! A mech! A Grievous mech! That's perfect! 4 arms, like the Maul mech. Do I still have the Maul mech built? I do. So with the Maul mech that came out in June, I gave it 6 legs, just like the Maul that may appear in another material. And I think we could get this with the Grievous mech, but 4 arms. Because where we normally have the clips for the weapons, we could have a little Technic brick with a ball joint coming out of it with another pair of arms. Also works for Pong Krell, I guess, if Lego want to revisit Pong Krell. Don't know why they'd want to do that. But if they did, then that would also work. But a Grievous mech is perfect. You know what? You know what? I'm making note of that as well. I said the IG-12 mech was the one Star Wars mech that would be perfect to make. I changed my mind. Grievous tops that. Grievous tops the IG-12 mech. Though it would still be cool next year with all the Mando sets to get an official IG-12 mech. With Grogu and another minifigure. Marvel and DC are getting mechs with 2 minifigures. And I really hope... The Maul mech. Right, the Maul mech was catering to people that didn't pick up the Clone Wars Maul. And it's a slight different version, but they just remade the figure from scratch. Or probably found an old file of it. So, I'm very surprised that they didn't add Clone Wars Season 7 Ahsoka with the mech. That'd have been perfect. Get both the figures. And also, with the Ahsoka Clone Troopers coming out next year, I think that's more reason to release Ahsoka with a mech. Have them on shelf at the same time. Oh, Lego. Oh, are they going to re-release it? We have just recently seen the Arc 170 re-released with new cockpits. Maybe they'll add minifigures. I don't think that's been done before. They've removed minifigures. Finch Dallo from the Resistance Bomber. Poor Finch. But I don't see Lego adding minifigures to a set after it's released. Not this long after. We can but hope. I really like this little bit. Hello there, Moonshoes. Got an idea for Lego. Oh, what's this? Invisible hand playset with Grievous escape pod in a different set so that Grievous isn't behind a paywall. An invisible hand playset I think could work as like 150 currency, around that mark. Like the Star Destroyer. I realise dependent on the currency it's not 150, but around that £140, $160, that sort of price mark, we could get an invisible hand a bit longer than your average set. Maybe Lego would go with a more midi scale ship or something with an interior. Maybe not midi scale, but a bit smaller with an interior. But we could get a playset with Grievous and the gang. I'm talking like a Clone Wars suited Padme, a Clone Wars Anakin, maybe an R2-D2. What could be cool is they could like revamp R2-D2 in the set, but even throw in a Dooku. That's what I was getting at. Grievous, Dooku, Clone Wars Anakin. Give us the bunch in an invisible hand, because when you're getting all those main characters, I think it does make that 100 and whatever it is a bit more easy to digest with all of those wanted characters, considering, you know, Dooku, Grievous, either one of those is going to be worth that on their own. But could you imagine if they put Grievous... I don't think they'd put Grievous in like a poly bag or a cheap set. I think they'd put Grievous in a gift with purchase. And they'd get you to spend like double what the set's worth. So if like the invisible hand, for instance, is like a 70 quid set, it'd come out in a gift with purchase for £145. It would, wouldn't it? The worst part about that is I believe that's exactly what would happen. Let's hope not. Let's hope that's not the case, but I have a bad feeling about this. They could throw in security droids. Oh, yeah, some of the B1s with the different coloured torsos as well. It would be nice. Actually, I wouldn't mind a few more B1s with different coloured torsos. We were getting the pilots back in the MTT that came out last year in the gift with purchase, which is another case of Lego releasing a rare minifigure later on down the line, which is why I'm not planning on opening my other gift with purchase from this year, because I do think, wait, no, that doesn't make sense, but I do think the clones will come out again at some point in the future. The reason I'm not opening it is because I don't want to open it and the arms not be, you know, perfect. If I've got another case of arms with the interesting printing, it's just going to be disappointing to see. But I do think the Clone Cadets will come out in another set at some point. Almost positive of it. Oh, it's so satisfying when Lego bricks just click like that and they fit perfect. Almost absolutely perfect. I mean, the camera doesn't really, there's a little step up there, but with Lego, you know, that's tiny. And then we've got some lights. Oh, fancy little lights. 2 of them. The B1s are so cheap. Yeah, I mean, on Bricklink they go for £2-3 a piece. Even the Geonosis ones go for £2-3 a piece. The problem with them is that everyone only sells one of them. I think if you want a few of them, they go up to like £5, £6, £7 each, and then it starts getting pricey. If you want an army of Geonosis battle droids, you'd be better trying to find someone to make them for you. Make them yourself rather than buy the Lego versions. You could add your own little stamp as well. Name them all. Add a little name to every B1. Yeah, especially the torsos. Because a lot of the battle droid torsos were used back in like Mars missions and stuff like that with the little foot soldiers. And also we're seeing a lot of battle droid parts in modular buildings and creator 3-in-1s. Don't get why people want more new B1 molds. I don't. I like the fact it's kind of the same with hair pieces. It's fun to question what if, you know. Has anyone also seen the new Lego Marvel trailers with the what if style? I think they're awesome. But it's fun to question what if and have a little look at what if Lego were to do that. Like with changing hair pieces, sometimes it's a matter of preference. But personally, I like the fact that B1s are, for the last 25 plus years, exactly the, well, okay. They're not exactly the same. There's been slight mold changes, especially with the copyright circa 1999 and other little bits like that. And different droids have different colours, but they're all the same molds at the end of the day. Even the commandos use the same torsos and they work with each other, don't they? I love that. I love that about battle droids. That if you have a set from 1999 and if you have a set from likely like 2030, they're going to look the exact same in terms of the battle droids and even some of the battle droid, you know, speeders and that. There's definitely a few more bricks and pieces used, but there's only so much Lego can do in terms of bricks and pieces. You know, only so many improvements they can make. So a lot of the droids and droid builds still hold up and are still just as good today. And that's awesome. Hello there, Daniel. Welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. You will get your name on Master Moldy's member monolith. I'm pretty sure your name's not on there already. So you get a nice little tan tile that I'll do after the stream. Thank you. And yeah, the droids hold up. Still hold up today. Still look just as good as the day they were made. Thank you for subscribing, Brickshift. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. And instructions. All right. I'm going to have this rant now because it stops me saying it later. Instructions need a little logo like up here for a mirror image. We need something. If the set is built exactly, which I assume it is, I think we need a little logo for a mirror image. Kind of like the ×2, maybe like a ×2 but mirrored. Something like that. Just so I could build both of these at the same time. But they're a different bag as well. You know, nitpicking. Ran over, nitpicking. But I'd still have a little ×2 but mirrored. I think that'd be quite cool. Yeah, the droids, even the B2s. The B2s have changed slightly with their rocket arm. I think it would be nice if in the battle pack, in the Clone Trooper battle pack that we're getting, the 322nd, if we got the rocket arm with the B2s. Because we've had a few B2s now and we've still got last year's battle pack available. I have a feeling because we got the new one, it might be retiring end of this year. But we'll have to wait and see if it starts being on clearance anywhere. That'll be the surefire sign. But yeah, I would like another rocket arm on the B2. The old ones are the same colour. It should work with the new ones. I am building, indeed, the Jango Fett Slave 1 UCS Jango Fett Slave 1 Starfighter. And so far, really enjoying the build. It's a great set. All the little angles. I feel like as a mock builder as well, I know, haven't built a mock for a few weeks now, but as a part-time mock builder, I like all the little details that they've put in the UCS set. All the angles, all the hinges, the snot techniques, all those little bits really, they're inspiring. They're inspiring and make me want to pick up a Lego set and get to building again. They really are. You're gonna go there eventually, but not yet. Hello there. Just like Kenobi. Who said it first though? Depends what trilogy you started watching. Canonically, you know, as humans, it was Alec Guinness, but it depends what trilogy you started with as to who said it first. Did anyone say in the sequels? Hello there. I don't remember that. There we go. Oh, getting on some more. Oh, we've got another chance for another sticker coming up, don't we? I've seen the slope bottom left. Yes, there's another sticker. If you missed the first sticker and are just chiming in, just you wait. I am going to do the exact same with this sticker, and hopefully it looks even just as good. Let's not get carried away. I don't think it can look better. That is the best sticker I have ever placed in my 20 odd years building Lego. I honestly don't think it gets better than that. It's doesn't get better than that. That is peak Lego stickers right there. I like this green. I'm a big fan of like a bright green or like a mint green, but this sand green it's a nice colour, isn't it? I wouldn't throw it up there with the best greens, but it's definitely a really nice green. It's not far away from the green in my YouTube chat on screen. That's a similar, very similar green. Maybe it's my monitor. Honestly, maybe it's... No, even compared to the instructions. I've got my chat right next to the instructions, and it is a similar green. There we go. 1, 2. And that is ready to go on, is it? Oh no, the sticker! I almost forgot. So, the sticker's now the opposite way. Concentration mode enabled. At least I won't forget what I'm talking about. Thanks. Oh. No, not perfect enough. Come on. Line it up with the corner. We don't want any green showing. I think that would show a little bit of green. Come on. Oh. Oh, is that perfect? I don't no, I don't think it was. I don't think it was. Oh, no. Not good enough. We need this to be as good as the last one. We've set the bar impossibly high now. We did it! Yes! We did it! Look at that! Oh, I never thought the highlight of this entire build would be a pair of stickers, honestly. There you go. Perfect. We've stuck it across a little further so there's no gap between the blue and the green. That's what it looks like underneath. And there we go, just straight blue. Oh, I enjoy this way too much. Hello there. Where can you find the gunship double door instructions? Over on Rebrickable, Daniel, which actually I am in the process of moving them all to my site, and I'm going to have a little tab for free instructions, so keep an eye out for that. But right now, they're over on Rebrickable under Master Molding, if you want to build them alongside watching the stream. Chat gets tense watching. Oh, it does. It does. It's very tense when it comes down to stickers. Let's have a look. There we go. There was the first sticker. You see no green showing. Here's the second sticker. Again, no green peeking out through that corner. There's, I guess from the top angle, a little bit of green's visible, but from the front, you're not going to see any green on this model either side. And that's just amazing. That honestly makes this build really the best, doesn't it? Hello there, currently in school. Yes, the stream will be going strong later on. Thank you very much. To a Michael Jackson, hee hee. I know it's creepy when anyone but Michael Jackson does it, don't you think? 1, 2, oh wait, where's, so we clip, oh, slope first. We are a few different. No, I'm very happy with those stickers. 1, 2. There we are. That's nice as well. I don't know if we're going to be able to see that from the outside. I think that's just an extra detail on the inside that, you know, we've got this chunk of brick that goes around. Maybe that just continues that. And it's more for whilst it's being built as opposed to the actual structure of the ship. Though right now, it does look like we're building some sort of weapon. Is it me? And bearing in mind, I haven't played Halo, so I really wouldn't know. Or does this look like a Halo weapon of some sort? Like there's going to be some emitter here, big ball of laser. Maybe actually because that's a big laser ball, it's the other way around. I just feel like this is a, maybe even not a Halo weapon, maybe a Star Trek weapon. Maybe a Star Trek weapon as well. Oh!
Exactly like the lollies you got me.
We're not sponsored, so I'm not going to say what these are, but these are only the blue ones, which is similar to the fruit pastels we had a while back. Oh, they are sour. The strawberries weren't. There you go. Thank you. The strawberry ones weren't sour at all, but they're nice and sour. The Juggernaut is just back there. And also, I have to shout out the comment. Sorry, I forget who left it. But I do have to shout out the comment that let me know that the Juggernaut is different to the turbo tank. One of them's bigger, one of them's smaller, and I can't remember which one's which. But the smaller one is only double that size. It's meant to be twice the length for minifigure scale, bit bigger in real life, but is twice the length for minifigure scale. So that's nearly the size of the one that shows up in the Bad Batch and throughout Clone Wars. Whereas the one we see in the movie and the one, I think the one in Battlefront's also meant to be that size, it's a bit smaller. But the bigger one that we see shows up in Revenge of the Sith is meant to be like 160 times the size of that for minifigure scale. And someone has built a version that is more or less minifigure Scout. And I must say, it's a very impressive model, but I think it was like 25,000 pieces. So it was also crazy expensive. But yes, it's back there with the battle pack as well. You can see the yellow ATRT sticks out. I haven't got rid of it, haven't broke it down, because I need to make sure that I've built it correctly. I built it without instructions, for anyone that didn't catch that. I built both of those without instructions, and the battle pack also without the pieces. For the Juggernaut, we had all the pieces. I just opened it up across the desk, and we built it based on the box art. But for the battle pack, I didn't even get the pieces. I just built it based off the box art, and I think I've done a good job with both of them. Though if I had to say, even with the bag of pieces left over, I think the Juggernaut's probably a little more accurate. I do think it's, I think the ATRT not having the pieces meant we experimented a bit more. And also meant it took us a bit longer to build, I want to say, but it didn't really, because it was a smaller build. Yes, the blue flavour is blue raspberry, which is a solid flavour. My partner's favourite flavour. I'm a big strawberry person, but yeah, blueberry, I think a lot of companies are calling it, but it's blue raspberry. Blueberry is just confusing. That's a different fruit completely. And it doesn't taste like that fruit either. Blueberry is just blue raspberry now. Hello there. Right, where's... Oh, I forgot about this little bit as well. I like this. We've done this for quite a few now. Brackets and snot bricks on the underside of other bricks and plates. And whilst on one hand this is not necessary in terms of, you know, we could have had a snot brick either side, I think filling the gap with these is a good way to make the model bigger whilst also keeping the integrity of the model as well, because you don't want it falling apart at all. And the two clips actually hold on this entire wedge. So there we are, there's our little stack of bricks, and these go here. No, other way around. Just like so, completely legal, unlike the Boba Fett helmet. That is indeed an illegal building technique used to keep those sides on. 1, 2, and we've got a few lights to add on to. Ooh, can't forget that. Although we also have... Okay, we haven't forgotten about it. Whew. I thought we had then. We got a few middle bits to do. 1 and a 2 and a 3. What's going on these middle bits? Oh, Daniel, upgrading to brick tier. That does mean you unlock all of the instructions over on the channel Discord. Make sure to pair your Discord and YouTube, and you should be able to see all of the different instructions available to you. Very nice. Thank you for your support. And there's the little middle section. That's nice. Just sticks out there, and the grey pins do stop these from spinning round as well. Just finished Andor and now you're sad. Very, very emotional show, isn't it? Although, why do I have this spare piece? Where did I miss this? Huh. Oh! On that side, didn't I? I was too busy going on about the sticker. I forgot about it. There we go. Look at that. This is actually massive. I thought it was going to be very skinny when we just took a look at this. Forgetting about how many bricks go on the side. Then we've got the wings as well. This is awesome. Awesome. No other way to describe Lego, is there? thank you for the congrats on 10k. Another triple paper bag. And also, there were no spare pieces for that bag because we'd already got these lights in the previous bag, so we got no spare pieces. That's gonna fall over at some point. But not right now. Almost fallen. Oh, don't have any spare pieces of you yet. Actually, speaking of Andor, I saw that it got some awards recently, and we were talking about how Andor... Oh, nominations. It got some nominations. Do you remember what that was for?
Emmys.
For the Emmys. So Andor got a few Emmy nominations recently. Congrats. Great show. Definitely worth... definitely deserved them all. But Diego Luna didn't get any for his role as Andor, which was a bit surprising. I think The Massacre got a nomination as well for one of the best scenes in it. But Andor and Diego Luna didn't get any nominations, which I can't remember any of the other nominations. I was just looking at the Andor ones. But I thought it was a bit surprising that Diego Luna came out with like nothing and Andor still got nominated for a few other things. Interesting to see. Definitely should have got nominated, but I guess there's some competition out there as far as Emmys are concerned, at least. Andor was amazing. Andor, I think Andor goes to show, well, actually, not just Andor, there's a few movies that aren't Disney, big Disney fan. So when I like a non-Disney movie, it's a big thing, but anything Disney put out, I do tend to enjoy more so than not. But there's a few other movies that are being made without a lot of practical effects. And I think Andor goes to show what can be done. The time taken to make Andor and the time, put into the sets, put into creating the story for Andor. And there wasn't a lot of special effects. There wasn't a lot of post-production done. And it's something, even on YouTube, even here on YouTube, I see a lot of videos with quite a lot of post-production. And I tend to try not to do that myself. It's a choice, it's stylistic choice, some people prefer it, some people don't. But also, it takes so long to get a lot of it done that we tend to be waiting quite a bit between series, between different movies. And I don't know how they did it with the sequel trilogy. Disney did do that pretty quickly, and I feel like parts might have been rushed because of how many effects went into that. And it's something that the new screen, the box that they use for Mando, that also helps with. But I watched a movie called Bookworm, featuring Elijah, who played Frodo in Lord of the Rings, and I'll be completely honest, that's the reason I wanted to watch it. It had Elijah in it. That's the reason I clicked on it. It's only like an hour and a half. It might be a bit longer, but it was really good. It was filmed in like 2 months, a few months of post-production and all that. But it was really good. It was filmed on a New Zealand island as well. And I'm gonna link this back into Andor, because I feel like those sort of movies that don't go too heavy into the special effects they're in their own world, aren't they? They are still amazing to this day, and they work. As long as it's a good story, the movie doesn't need all these lasers flying by, and I'd love to see a bit more of that in Star Wars. This is where it comes back to Andor. Something very Lord of the Rings-esque in terms of it's clearly not happening down the road, but it's also not got a load of blasters, a load of quick fire, a load of lightsabers, and it's a bit more of a journey. I feel like Andor was less fast-paced than most Star Wars tends to be, and I love the fast-paced Star Wars. It's Star Wars, you expect it to be fast-paced, and Lucas always made Star Wars fast-paced, so you couldn't see any of the mistakes which works. So many mistakes in Star Wars, but you know, the story takes away from it. And I would love to see another show take that Andor place of being that, you know, slower, more of a drama. I think more of a drama series. That's what I'm looking for Star Wars than a space opera. Less flashing lights and sabers and more alien heads and that sort of thing. Story. A little bit more depth. Star Wars has a lot of depth as it is, but I want a bit more drama from one show. Now that Andor's gone, I'm looking for a replacement, and yeah, I don't think Star Wars has anything quite like Andor yet. It must be said. Hold on, how's this meant to go in? Just pop up? Oh. Right. Yeah, I'm missing Andor since it finished. And I was watching the episodes the day they come out, so it's been quite a while from Andor. Can I sing Duel of the Fates? Probably, but you won't get that on this stream, just in case. You know, I might sing it too well, and then the stream's gonna get shut down by YouTube. I don't want to risk it. Wait to toot my own horn. I don't know the lyrics. That'd be a fun karaoke song, wouldn't it? Duel of the Fates. I tell you what, that's my new karaoke song. The Duel of the Fates. No one can top that. I like the idea. Imagine if the lyrics were written in Orbesh. Yes! That's like the next level of karaoke. You're not just singing... I assume they are words behind it to some effect, but you're not just singing words that aren't plain English. You're also translating from Orbesh as you're singing it. That's a skill. This is where you come in and tell me that that's exactly what you've been doing. And we're all impressed. Are there really this many lights around the Slave One? Because we've got another one here. It makes you think. Where is this going? Ooh, sticker. Sticker time. And this is just a plain green sticker. Where does this line up? Let me have a little look what we're going to be doing. Oh, it lines up at the top. So this is going to have blue next to it. So we're going to want it in this top corner, the corner closest to me. Now, where were we? There we are. Step 269 already. The second you're getting a child, you're teaching them Huttese. Yeah, could you imagine teaching someone, because if they grow up speaking Huttese, they're going to be fluent by the time they can, by the time they can talk. If you know enough Huttese, which Star Wars has got it out there now. Oh, look at that! Look at that sticker! Look at that! And that's eventually going to go there, but we're not there yet. Yeah, by the time they can hold conversations, they're going to be so fluent in Huttese, they can teach other people Huttese as well at school. Sending him to a camp on Tatooine. Oh. Let's hope this is after Anakin visits. Make sure he's already been there. There's a few vacancies, I hear. Your Lego stickers come off after getting dusty. Yeah, I suppose the dust probably affects the stickiness of the stickers. I will be honest, I don't think I leave stickers on long enough for them to get dusty. I will say, this sticker here, I can't remember which one. One of these I lost. One of these is lost to who knows where. But one of these is also, I think it's the left-hand side, is because that one's not centered. This one's centered, that one isn't. Is the original sticker I placed on in 2000 and 2008. Did this set come out? So that sticker has lasted nearly 20 years. And I do dust down this set yeah, it doesn't really get dusty, so I don't have the chance to test out if it would have fallen. But all of my other sets, the stickers come off after a few years, and I don't bin them. I do stick them in a book on some grease-proof paper, line the pages of the book, stick down the stickers, and flatten it. It's one of the ones with the little band around it, so that if I need them for a mock, if I want to rebuild the set, I go to the book and I can get the stickers out, just in case I do change my mind, you know, and decide to rebuild it, use them down the line. I've repurposed quite a few stickers, not just Star Wars as well, for the odd mock here and there. Quite handy, saves trying to design my own as well. Could you imagine an exchange program with the Tusken Raiders? Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter what time period that's from. It really isn't a good idea, is it? I don't know if there is a good time period. Sorry, the Sand People. The Sand People, because I don't know if you're aware, but the Tusken Raiders are called that because of raiding Fort Tusken. But I do believe it wasn't technically the Sand People's fault, or it wasn't like this main. It's in a story somewhere. It's lost to legends now, but there's a story behind it, and I can't remember why I pity the Sand People, but that story made me pity the Sand People. They get caught up in something. I just remember it not entirely being their fault. The whole Fort Tusken raid and all that. Be handy if I could tell you why though, wouldn't it? Right, a little angle here. We've still got our sand green. This looks exactly like it does. Oh no, I should turn this. This looks exactly like it does on the, yeah, it does look exactly like it does on the instructions. But why do I not have faith in this? True, actually Boba did spend quite some time at a Tusken camp, didn't he? Taught them how to drive speeders, which makes them an absolute menace for anyone else on Tatooine. Tuskens on a Tusken speeder gang? That's going to be another Lego set next year. I'm telling you, they're going all in on cars at the minute. We're going to get them all. Tusken speeder gang, the mod crew as well from Book of Boba, to go alongside Cobb Vamp speeder. What a collection that would be. But yeah, could you imagine what else you could teach them? Post-Purge, you find a lot of lightsabers around. You could give them all lightsabers and teach them ways of the Force. A bunch of Force-sensitive sand people is something, isn't it? Oh, that would be crazy. Wait, where's? Hold up. Hold up. Where's this middle section coming from? Oh, I see. There was another, because 279 and 280 are the same step. I completely missed that. There we go. Nice little football. True, we could teach Earth things like football. That's a good point. What's my opinion on battle packs? I do love a good battle pack, and I'm excited. So even though this year we got the expensive battle pack, which I do think is probably going to mean I pick up less of them, but I'm excited for next year's Ahsoka clone and the Mando battle pack, because if that's at a smaller scale, and also Nova Corps, I would love Lego. Right, this is straight to Lego. I would love a Nova Corps battle pack with a little 332nd sized swamp speeder, but of the tank on my Gito. I can't remember the designation on that tank, but I would love that as a battle pack. And I think it would also make up for the big set being a turbo tank, which is more recognizable. A bit like a swamp speeder. Lego wouldn't make a minifigure scale swamp speeder because it's not as recognizable. They have done in the past, but Lego have done a load of things in the past. Let's forget about the past. Yeah, I think a Nova Corps battle pack is high on my wanted list, but what's my favourite I'm going to not include the Clone Walker Battle Pack. This one is the first ever Lego set I got, and it has a special place in my heart. So this one's automatic. This is like top tier. This is beyond favourites. But my favourite besides that one is probably the 501st Specialist Battle Pack. We got so many, and we said about earlier, joining that in the 332nd, which is probably my favourite clone trooper. I like the design of that, despite how dodgy the reasoning behind it is. You imagine doing something like that for any of the other Jedi Masters? I don't know if it'd be as welcome. But yeah, I think the 501st Specialist Battle Pack, because then you can make specialists of so many different legions, and not just the 332nd 501st, but any blue clone trooper, because there's a few other legions out there dwarfed by the 501st. Thank you, Sith Lord Gamer. Welcome to the stream. Lego should make an anniversary for the Clone Wars. I think they did last year, but it was Attack of the Clones, weren't it? We got a few Clone Wars sets under that banner by allowing you to make a customized Legion Trooper, including paint jobs, for a small amount of money. That would be a collab. So right now, with Transformers, with Soundwave, Lego's Design a Minifigure is adding a few different Transformers images that you can use to customize custom minifigures. Imagine if Star Wars, Lucasfilm team up with Lego and turn it into a custom trooper factory just for maybe the summer. So Clone Wars come out 2008, didn't it? Around that time. So maybe 2028 for the summer, every Lego store with a minifigure factory has a designated stand for custom clone legions. I mean, I can understand why they wouldn't, because Clone Wars being 20, you're going to have a load of like 30 plus year olds that grew up with the Clone Wars, and I got thrown at 30-year-olds, sorry, that grew up with the Clone Wars and are going to be just hogging the stations, printing off millions of this Legion. Maybe they could make it an online thing where you can only order up to like 10 of them or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, you're starting something there. That would be a good idea. Some sort of exclusive clone pack or something like that. That'd be quite cool. Yeah. Super excited for the Turbo Tank. I think we need a battle pack for those clone troopers. I think I'd buy more of the Nova Corps clone troopers than I would of any other Legion, just because I know how in demand they are. When I say they are in demand, the custom market struggles to keep up with Nova Corps, just because the people that want them, it's a very specific Legion, isn't it? And I'm sure it's true with a few other clone legions. I notice it more with that one because I've got first-hand experience. But it's a very niche legion that the people interested in Nova Corps clones aren't as interested in collecting massive armies of 501st and 212th. They're very interested in Nova Corps. So they go all in, they spend more, they buy more, and yeah, it just makes it a bit harder to pick up, I think. There we go. Fancy little design on there, and this is what clips it in. So I think Lego are missing out if they don't release an Nova Corps battle pack, but there's plenty of time. I think give them, that set's going to be around for 2-3 years. We'll give them 2-3 years to make a battle pack, and we'll see what comes out with it. They should exclude decals for Rex and the others, or should they include? Yeah, I think even just a regular clone trooper, maybe just the clone trooper torso, because plain legs can be got. Helmets, no, we'd need helmets as well. Helmets would be fun, but I think the big thing would be the torso, so that you can add your own colours. That would be fun. So you're not choosing from a select few, but you're able to fully customize it yourself. That would be good. And you hate the new mold for the Nova Corps. They should have used the original Snow Trooper, what with the extra back bit. Yeah, I guess if they've always got a backpack, I can definitely see that. It's like we were saying with the B1s, isn't it? That does fit in with the old Lego design. But as someone who doesn't have a load of the old Snow Troopers, I like the fact it's like the new Snow Trooper. It's funny how, because I don't have a load of the old figures, I'm on the opposite side of the fence, isn't it? It's one of those things. But I'm sure, I think it would be nice if Lego made a custom molded backpack so that it at least looked like the older Snowtroopers. Because then, even though it's two pieces, you've still got the same design. Yeah, I miss Death Troopers too. I would love to have a Death Trooper battle pack. And no, the Night Trooper one doesn't count. It kind of counts. Kind of counts. We kind of got Death Troopers. But again, not really. Yeah, custom clone troopers. That is, which is enough. Oh, where did I put them? All right, yeah, enough of a reference to bring back my gingerbread clone trooper. Finally, this year, a year after making this guy, almost coming up to, it's quite far away actually, I have a gingerbread clone trooper to go with my gingerbread Darth Vader. Maybe it's a gingerbread 501st. It does have a green and blue button on it. So 501st Doom Squad. Yes, John Howell? Sorry for butchering your name if I did. But this is a live stream. Live right now. Building the Jango Fett UCS Slave 1 Starfighter. For 10k subs. Bit of a waffle. We got there in the end though. And this is the other side. So this is the perimeter done. Once I've built this. And we are what? 7 bags deep? Oh yeah, I could have looked to my left. That would have told me. 7 bags deep. Ooh. Oh yes, the 1x3. Did we have this on both sides? Huh. We did. I forgot about that. Good thing this can be pulled apart fairly easily. There we go. Closer to the camera, of course. I tell you what I can do, which would probably be a little easier, is show it off using this camera. If I can focus it. I think it has to be, yeah, there you go. There's my gingerbread custom clone trooper. I made this a year ago. I coloured in a minifigure what I thought would be gingerbread. I think Lego have gone with more of a light brown minifigure and then added decals to the legs and the torso and the helmet as well. I definitely need to remake this guy. I've made so many customs since and they've improved quite a bit, I'm happy to say. So I'm definitely going to have to remake this little guy and see what I could do now, especially with the upcoming Vader gingerbread. Maybe for the release of that set, I'll make a little gingerbread battle pack of sorts. That sounds like a good time. Where were we? Forgetting the 1x3s, that's where we were. There we are. At least I remember it eventually. That's the good thing with the UCS set. With any instructions coming in bags, the fact that you're not then scouring an entire table to see which parts you've missed. If you have one extra piece left over, go back the last few pages and see where it came from. Makes it a bit easier. I should build the T-Rex Rampage. Is that a Jurassic World or is that the big T-Rex? Not the skeleton one, the creator one. Because I really want to build the big creator one. Oh, it's the gate. There's someone, I don't know this person, but there's someone local to me that has this in their window. And yes, I would love to build the T-Rex Rampage. Do I know if the UCS set that comes with Rex is the same as the Y-Wing? Yes, so Max, that minifigure that comes in the UCS Venator is exactly the same as the minifigure that comes in the Y-Wing. This Jango Fett has exclusive printed arms to the UCS Slave 1, but the exclusive minifigure in the UCS Venator is actually the exclusive minifigure in the Venator is Yularen. So the Captain Rex is the exact same as the Y-Wing. And Yularen themselves can be made fairly straightforward with Oh, who did I use for Yularen? Yularen's just tucked away over there. I used the torso. I don't think the torso has the right rank or insignia for Yularen, but it's got a very similar one. I think it might be for an earlier Clone Wars Yularen. And the headpiece, either the head, one of the head or hairpiece is used in the Baker's head from the Fantastic Beasts line. I think it might be, I feel like it's the hair. I don't feel like the heads look anywhere near the same, but I've got it up on the channel somewhere. Yeah, I've pieced together a custom Yularen with the pieces that Lego already have available. Isn't easy to do, but it's possible. And Rex comes in the Y-Wing, which, yes, definitely pick up. Even if I had the UCS Venator, I think I'd still pick up a Rex Y-Wing because it's so cheap. And if anything happens to UCS Rex, at least you've got the extra version, you know. And the Y-Wing's pretty cool. The Y-Wing Microfighter, most recently, Plo's Microfighter. I've been really impressed, and I went back building the Slave 1 for Jango Fett Slave 1 Microfighter. I followed the instructions of Boba's and just switched out the coloured bricks, and I'm really impressed with all of the Microfighters over the last couple of years. That one's a few years old now, but it's still really good and holds up to some of the newer ones. Although saying that, I don't think like the Turbo Tank and Snowspeeder from 10 years ago are that bad either. I think they're solid. Some of the Microfighters Lego have come out with over the years have really been like top tier sets, haven't they? Even for like comparing them to some of the battle packs and that, the Microfighters still pull quite a bit of weight. Your best Lego set is the Millennium Falcon. Which one? Which Falcon? There's been a fair few, although a lot of the Falcons are fairly similar, aren't they? It's getting late. Hello there in Southeast Asia. Oh, yeah, it's currently coming up to 5 o'clock here in the United Kingdom. I can see there's a few of you staying up late for this stream in chat. There's a few people waking up a bit early as well by the looks of it. Mind you, 11 in the morning isn't too early. It's about the time I was out yesterday. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's not forget anything on this side. Including the slope, making sure that's the right way around. And that's pointing down, not across. Is this the first time we've had this green slope though? It is, yeah. And there's only 2 of them in this bag. They haven't given us a spare. Good thing we didn't lose any of it. Maybe they did give us a spare. I had this recently with, I got my dad a few, I think I showed him off a few of the F1 race cars for Father's Day. And in the 2, it was the same team, got 2 of, which is nice. 2 of is nice for F1 because they all come in pairs anyway, but 3 of is not what you want. And there were no triple cars when we picked up the 3. But in the 2 that he built that were the same, you know, team, there was 1 spare piece, something like that. It was crazy. There was no other spare pieces. There's a few good pieces in though. I don't know if this is making sense. There were a few good pieces in there, and only 1 of them was a spare element. That was it. I can't even remember the spare element that he got, but it was only 1 of them, and I ended up with like 5 in mine. And I checked online as well, that car is meant to have so many spare pieces, just not in the version that you open. And I think they were both from the same box as well. They were both from the same box, so that's probably why both of them only had 1 spare piece. But it was just odd to see with how many Lego sets and bricks that Lego put out, and sometimes they do stress test it. For instance, the hair from the U-Wing that we got 2 of isn't in fact for K2SO, but is more so for just not missing out the hair, because it's an important piece, and I guess Lego stress tested it, and that 1 piece usually does end up going missing. So maybe that was the case with the F1 cars and the opposite was true. They thought, oh, no chance this would be spare. And lent back a bit for a few of them, was a bit more lenient in what was spare. But it was interesting. All the pieces were there, no problems with them, but there were a few missing spare pieces. You've been awake for 5 hours. Okay, yeah, you definitely got up early then. 5 hours, what, from 11? 6 o'clock. That's the only time you'll see me getting up that early is a trip to the Lego store. Which sometimes I wish wasn't true, but I don't think there's much else I'd wake up that. You know, other than what I'd have to wake up early for, I don't think there's much else you can get me up that early for. 1, 2. Aha! And we've got the fancy side. Can I check out the Cape Cantina? I will definitely have a look, yeah. 1, 2. Here we go. I think it's also quite weird with the karma situation, that we don't get any karmas because of play, but there's still a lot of like capes. Capes I feel like get in the way quite a bit. There's a whole joke in The Incredibles about capes getting in the way, being sucked into like aeroplane engines and stuff like that. And they do get a little bit in the way when it comes to Lego builds, especially mechs. And I think the rubber ones even more so. No matter how much I like them, they definitely get more in the way. But karmas are always the ones that are soloed out, because even Boba Fett with the little material, well, it's kind of a cape, isn't it? Boba's cape we still get, and that's a somewhat custom element. Don't get that on any other minifigures. But karmas we get a lot. So for custom karmas, I actually 3D print my own. I did a whole video on 3D printing pauldrons and karmas, and that was purely just to give a lot of my clones on the wall over there, no longer on the wall over there, but what were on the wall over there, a bunch of karmas for themselves. And yeah, I still use those 3D printed karmas to date. They're still in use. How do you go on? Just like so. And that's what the video was for. So I didn't have to end up buying them. But I definitely like the Lego pauldrons. I might try and update my 3D printed design to look a bit more like the new Lego ones. And I also like what I was saying about leaving the front of the pauldrons clear and just having them go around the backs and the bums, so that you can still, you know, you can still connect them to the minifigures. They can sit down on ATRTs and the likes. And oh, this goes on the other side. Whereabouts? Actually, whereabouts? Oh, in there. There we go. And then that will stick out just a little bit, but I assume we're going to lock that in a bit later on. Not that. Oh, back over again for some more lighting. I think an LED kit for this would be both awesome and insane at the same time. Trying to get an LED kit in here would, so many wires. Look at all the lights around the back. There are so many wires. I've noticed another piece that I was missing. There we go. So many lights. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 now. 11 lights just on the back before you're lighting up the cockpit or anything else. Yeah, no thank you. I think I'm okay. I'll stick with the smaller light kits. Oh, I was thinking about getting this as your first UCS set. I would definitely say it's worth it, yes. I mean, I did say at the start of the stream that it was worth it to $250 because I took off the battle pack, I took off the keyring, but I think even full price, this is a solid set. For £280, I feel like I could justify spending up to like £400 on any Lego set around this size, but for that you can do it based on pieces, you can do it based on really anything. I think if you really want to get this set, yes, totally worth it. And we've only built the back bit, but you can kind of see how this is shaping up and just how big this is going to be. It's going to be massive. It's really a display piece. This is like a table centerpiece, a display centerpiece, isn't it? and it's worth every penny. Every penny. And it even has its own display stand as well, which saves you building your own. Bag number 8. Yeah. I like that. M&R liked it and he never likes anything, so you have high hopes for it. Yeah, I've had load of commenters and people in chat say that it's a really, really fun build. And that's always nice. I mean, you can enjoy a Lego set that no one else likes. That's completely fine too. But when a load of other people say about how good it is, and that's like a almost what everyone's saying, you know, everyone that's built this has really liked it. I guess the people that don't, if it's not for you, you're not going to build it. So you never know. But that's always nice to see. And that was a Lego piece in here. Wasn't it? Maybe not. The tassels look so good, but they can be a pain when you're going in and out the door. Hello there, hello there. You're an actor and you just met Mark Hamill. Awesome. I think I'm not big on meeting actors, I will say. I quite like how they are in shows and that, but I'm happy to leave them alone elsewhere. But Mark Hamill's like the one exception to that rule. I don't think there's anyone I'd really want to meet besides Mark Hamill. And it's not even like an in-person thing, like just to see Mark Hamill on stage do his various voices or something, just to see him on a panel, listen to him talking, I think that'd be awesome. Do I normally get custom Karmas? Oh no, I answered that. 3D print, yes. The Ultimate Collector Series is way too overpriced personally. However, you do like the Interceptor TIE Fighter. That's another nice one. I do, once I've built this, I do want to build at some point this year the UCS ATST. I can't keep doing this. I can't. I said about the MIDI scale ships. Yeah, not too fussed on them. Built one, built like 5 of them. Same with the dioramas. Exact same with the mech. Exact same now is going to happen with the UCS sets, isn't it? When I bought this, I had a really cool thought, because we've got a UCS Delta, but we don't have a UCS Eta. And I want to oversize it. I want to do not minifigure scale, playset scale. I want to do like the A-Wing, where it's way bigger than minifigure scale, but it's like a really cool model still. I think doing something like that for the Eta would be really nice. The playset ATSTs are already minifigure scale for the most part, aren't they? We sized that up with the last model when we gave it articulating legs. But again, the UCS ATSTs, I guess, models are blown out of proportion. And when they're display models, so the Falcon's meant to be fig scale, the AT-AT's meant to be fig scale, the Slave One's meant to be fig scale, 145 fig scale this is, 130 is a bit bigger. I wonder if the UCS ATST is closer to, I think it's closer to 125. I feel like it's almost double the size of minifigure scale, especially compared to the little minifigure it's with. But yeah, I like the look of it. It's a good display piece. I wouldn't keep the ATST around for long. I have to say that. The ATST would be built, kept for a few weeks, and broken back down, whereas this is going to be a good part of the collection for quite some time. Wait, how does this even, wait, what? Oh, we've got the studs in the little pinholes. I've never thought of that before, to offset them without a jumper. And that's handy if you're having any sort of hinge piece in there, which we're probably not, but if we were, it'd be really cool. You could get the ATST since you already have another pilot. Oh yeah, it only includes one, doesn't it? But an ATST usually has 2 pilots. You know what? I didn't even think of that. I can see why LEGO didn't want to include both of the same minifigure in a set. Maybe they should have, But I guess if there's 2 included, people are more inclined to sell one and like go half-seas on a set just for the figures. Huh. So if you want 2 pilots, you're going to have to buy 2 sets. I can't wait to see the people that have picked up 2 sets for 2 pilots and are building an alt build of the ATST into something that maybe a little display for it, maybe somewhere for it to stand. Ooh, can't wait to see them. Didn't even think about it only including 1, you know. Did not cross my mind at all. Darth Vader doubles as a pilot. You could get like a Chewbacca in there. A Chewbacca and an Ewok or someone in the cockpit as well. Wicket comes with the big buildable wicket. Chewbacca we probably have many of if you've been collecting Lego for quite some time. 1, 2. Does this... Oh, it does secure in. Neat. Huh, interesting. I like this because Lego have used a 3-length axle with a stopper on, or with a spacer at the end, whereas they could have just used... Oh no, it's a 2-length pin. Never mind. They couldn't have. I'm making up Lego pieces here now. I'm sure there's some other element they could have used. I'm happy they didn't. And they went with a few different pieces. Is this for here? Oh, maybe this goes on the other way. I'm going to flip the slave one because I think that's going to be the next step. And if I'm wrong, we can flip it back. I think the UCS sets being... I don't even want to say overpriced. I don't think they're overpriced, but they're for a different threshold, aren't they? UCS sets aren't for people that tend to be picking up a few. Even though the Ultimate Collector's series makes you want to ultimately collect the series, I don't think that's the aim of the UCS sets, because this Slave 1 is very similar to the original Slave 1. We have multiple UCS Falcons, which you're probably not going to want to have more than 1 of, and there's a lot of big ships that most people don't have the space to display. So I do think they're very much a, oh, I like Star Wars, not too into building a lot of Lego, but I'll get this 1 kit to build and then, you know, display it and that'll be it. Although even then I've seen so many people recently drop in their UCS sets. Oh no, I couldn't. If this, I just don't think it could hit the floor. I think I'd throw myself under it to stop this thing hitting the floor. That's obviously given that I notice it's falling, which I don't think people are standing there watching their sets fall. But I'd have to lay a pillow underneath this now on display. Just down there, I have a pillow on the floor in case it falls. But yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? They're very expensive sets, but they're also for a different audience. Same with 4+ sets. They're very easy to make, but they're for a different audience. They're not for people that build Lego all the time. But I agree that they are expensive. I'm not that audience. Oh. Hey, I was right about one thing. The negotiations were short, and also the fact that it was clipping into here, but I was wrong about which side we clip it. Make sure everything's stuck down firmly. It's clipped on the back. Just like so. With the clip hinges and the studs making sure that it doesn't clip. I mean, we could have used Technic. Maybe we need them at another point. Could have used Technic though, and only one of these, I think. The 2024 Star Destroyer is in scale with the MIDI scale Acclimator. Oh yeah, it is, because the Acclimator is like, oh, probably about half or a third of the size. Huh. That's a good point, that. I wonder what else certain ships scale with, because there's some that we just haven't thought of, maybe some that aren't in universe together, and Lego designer's gone, oh, it's same scale as where they've got the spreadsheet of everything with all the different scales they've built, just in order. which I'm sure exists, a spreadsheet of all the different scales of Lego sets. Like, oh no, we've done this before, let's make it a microfighter. It's got to exist, right? One. Hello there. Hello there from Germany. Oh, hello Germany. Ooh. I like this trans yellow dome as well. I got one with an eye printed on it from a Batman set, and it had a little LED light brick behind it. And again, another piece that would do really well with a little LED snuck behind it. Does this? Oh, it fits in. And then have we got a little axle snuck? Oh, I see. Let's build the other one first. So even though it's slotted in, it can be removed. There's no holding it in place, but the techniques filling around it are awesome. Oh wow, they're impressive. They're very impressive. As is this model. It's a UCS model, you know. This is not just any old playset. It'll be interesting to see the details that are included in this that have been brought over to the smaller scale Slave One. I believe they're different designers. The same person, I'm pretty sure I've seen that somewhere. The same person didn't design both, but probably shared an office with each other, didn't they? So there are probably a few little details that they helped each other with. There we are. You have both, so yeah, it's nice getting a tape measure out with Lego sets and seeing what's in the same scale, what isn't. I do enjoy that. I think the only thing I'd oh no. Thought I found something that I could do better than the set designer. I was wrong. So far this set has been immaculate, honestly. Nothing that I can improve so far. Or nothing that I would. And then the two yellow engines. Let's see if we can line up the Lego copyright, top and bottom. And that holds the entire thing on. Right, top and bottom again. And there we go. Now the engines are in there secure. And we're only missing the wings and the cockpit for the back. Although, is it me? Or does that look like a droid? Like this is a stretched 3PO. No, I know who this does look like 3PO with his brain up at the minute though. This is like a stretched 3PO head. I know who this is going to look like. Right, let's get the rest of this built and we can take a little look. Two colours of the same snot brick. An amazing piece. If you haven't seen the video where I just shower this new 2-plate tool snot brick with good compliments, this is now my favourite Lego element by far. It's an awesome piece. Anything I've said negative about it, that was not me, that was some very impressive YouTube CGI or something. Not me, no way. I would not say anything bad about this piece. But it's definitely my good graces now. Is that double-sided? Yeah. Double-sided snot. There we go, nice little window into Slave One. Oh, we're lifting up the nut. Wait, can we even do that? Oh, we can. You can lift it up. I feel like this is... Well, it'd be illegal if this was some sort of hinge and we were keeping it like that. But... yeah, I guess this kind of works. Like we're lifting the nose of 3PO now, I've said that though. When you're not 18, so you can't buy a UCS set. Thankfully, because Lego are only selling plastic bricks, you could walk up. I think, if you were under 16, I think in the UK you have to be like 16 to have a proper like bank account and that. So if you are under 16, they might question you being able to pay for Lego with, you know, some sort of bank card. You might need someone older. I don't know if it's still 16. or I don't know if that's just me being a bit older, but I feel like around you know 12 to 16, they might question you having your own bank, but you don't need to be 18 to pick up a UCS set. It does say 18 plus on the box, so yeah, it'd be funny if they asked for ID when picking up a Lego set, wouldn't it? But you can, even if you're 17, 16, you know, you can still build a Lego set that is UCS, especially if you've been building Lego since you were young. I think you'd probably have better luck building a UCS set than someone who's just starting out and is 18 or older. I think you might have better luck building it because they are impressively difficult and not at the same time. They're no harder than most other 18 plus sets, which is why there's the 18 plus bracket, but they're also not easy. I think there's so many, some screens have so many pieces on the screen that you do have to really be paying attention. So maybe that's why they got the 18 plus. It's the attention span, not the difficulty. Could you imagine being at a Lego store and them asking to see your license for a Lego set? I just think the thought of that is really amusing me. Proof of you get Lego delivered. There you go. You get Lego delivered and they ask to see your license because it's just marked 18 plus. Probably more chance of that because they don't work at Lego. Lego isn't sent out. Lego don't have their own delivery drivers, so they just see 18 plus on the box and by default ask for ID for a bunch of bricks. Ooh, I'm liking this translucent yellow on the white background. If I ever make a custom ship, when I get round to making my custom clone legion, there you go, I'll make a custom ship for them and I'll have some nice yellow engines on them. Maybe we've got the dark falcon, maybe I can make a light falcon which is just a white falcon. I kind of like Solo though, it's already been done. Maybe I can make a gingerbread falcon and give it these nice yellow engines. Gingerbread falcon actually sounds like a great idea. Gingerbread UCS falcon. That's the next Rebuild the Galaxy falcon right there. And then, are these all 4s or these are 3s on the edge? Oh, just to confuse me. Not far off a falcon back actually. The black and yellow looks quite nice. Yeah. And then in you go. There we are. We've got a nice little window. This is definitely for the seismic charges. Oh, that's not meant to close. This is definitely for the seismic charges. We did get a sneak peek earlier. So it probably actually is for the seismic charges. I thought that would be down there, but that's too far down. There we are. A lot better than the playset models because they've managed to flip the studs and get a lot of this built this way, whereas the other side of the slave one's going to be flipped and the outside is all studs on the side and studs not on top. They've got so much more detail and it just looks so much better. It does than some of the playset models, which again, ultimate collectors, of course it does. But it's nice to see. What are you? And there's only one? Where is this? Oh. Got a little spacer as well underneath. Can I see your license and registration for this Lego set? Yeah, just get stopped walking home from the Lego store. Oh, this does go on top. I think that's almost everything for the underside here. I wonder if we're going to get anything in these corners, just because of how Lego have filled up most of the other corners with it. And I think there's also some gaps down here. I wonder if these gaps are for the display stand, because it needs to hook into something, and we do have some L brackets there. But I wonder if we're going to fill in them, or if that's going to be where the cockpit sits. But there we have our stretched 3PO. I'm going to have to do an edit of this, which brings the top slightly lower down. And that's 3PO right there. That is 3PO's head. That's a big 3PO head. But now we're on to this side with oh, now the snot bricks make sense. Can I get it in? There we go. Wait. Wait. Wait a second. How does this line up with this? And why doesn't it for me? Is there meant to be a gap? No. Because that got, oh no, I've connected it into the, oh, I've done it what we did earlier. I was so impressed with it. I did it again. There we go. Pop that off. So what I've done is I've connected it with the little holes of the plates rather than the studs. So this is meant to sit a bit up. There you go. That fills in those corners there. We got a little gap underneath it, but that fills in most of the top piece. And now it should slot in. Okay. We are at bag. We're almost on the next bag. We're almost on bag 9. So this is the end of bag 8. And I think we're going to bag 13 today, aren't we? So we are making a lot of time on this set. So what's that? 9, 10, 11, 12. 4 bags left of today's build. Not bad, not bad. It's a little clips. Is this? Okay, these are spare. I believe that. No way these are spare. Where are these meant to be? Anyone see those 1x brackets? No. I didn't. None there. No, none there. I thought this was like the first part of it. I forgot about all this. Oh, okay. Just on the top here. Oh, that clips it in. Smart. So what that does is these little studs here, a little stud, singular, then hold the back bit in, stop it from trying to escape. We've got a little bit just down there. There you go. There's a bit of light. We've got the brackets on the back there, and that fits it a bit more snug. And now, now we've got all the pieces done, and we're on to bag 9. Oh, I've passed it, haven't I? Hey, bag number 9, or letter A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I don't know what that is in, oh no, Roman numerals. It's pretty easy, it's IX, isn't it? Kind of gives away that 9's I. There we are. So here's the Slave 1 UCS set at the minute. There's bag 9. It's not looking as big as the other, but still pretty sizable at the same point. Not too big, not too small sort of thing. Hey. Hey. And I assume for bag 13 in the second set, ooh, like these slopes, we are going to have Boba Fett. That's when Boba Fett comes into it. I hope they don't give us it at the end of this book. Where are these studs going? Ooh, right round here. Alright, let's follow the instructions. Flip this around. Did they flip it around? Yeah. I don't mind these two studs having their own step. That makes sense. This is yeah, this is a bit complicated. Trying to look for the studs in a UCS set. Couldn't they have gone with slightly larger pieces and an extra stud when we put them in? Now, I feel sorry for the Lego designers having to go through and make the instructions for this. Could you imagine? Oh, we've got this stud. When do we get everyone to put it in? What's the best time to place the stud down? Need to double that. I guarantee they're the questions that take the longest to answer. Even compared to building it, sometimes. There we go. 1, 2. Ooh, ×2 means there's a second one. If you want any book recommendations, I can recommend you this book that has actually it has more in the second one. It's this 2-part book that has about 600 pages. The instruction manual for the UCS slave. I mean, it's not much of a read. It's more of a picture book, I guess. But it's pretty fun. You could go through the instructions, I guess, and like imagine building the set. I don't know if that's as fun as at least watching someone build it, and then building it yourself. Probably ranking out on the top as most fun. But if you've got vivid imagination, that could be quite a good read, an instruction manual, especially for new sets. There are going to be people just looking through the instructions August 1st to see if there were any mistakes. I'm sure there are LAN members that have already been doing it for the last month, the last few weeks, trying to find mistakes in the Lego instruction manuals. But they very rarely happen nowadays. And when they do, they're caught on real quick and they're usually stopped before they leave. Well, some of them slip through, but they usually stop before they leave the factory. 2. Reading an old school Romanian book. Ooh. I played Monopoly in Romanian once. I had a Romanian friend at school. Played through Monopoly, which was fun. I don't speak Romanian or read it at all. Never really learned it. Besides the odd phrase, you know. But yeah, it was interesting playing a game in a different language. It wasn't the last time, but I don't do it too often. That one goes on the far side. Oh, we need the little slope. Just like that. Have I ever played Brawl Stars? Oh, I've heard Brawl Stars. Why have I heard that? But no, I haven't. I haven't played it. Oh, it's like a Clash Royale style game, isn't it? I've probably seen it advertised. But no, I haven't played it. Wait. Boop, boop. There we go. And then I feel like there's something that goes inside here as well. I can't help but think we're covering up here another little stud, which I'm going to have to put like a slope of some sort. Maybe not a cheese slope, but I feel like there's a 1x2 slope coming up. No, not yet, but it's coming. There is something coming. And it's going to be a pain to slide it in that gap. Dark green. Ooh. Oh, maybe it's a little dark green slope of sorts. Dark green here. Are there little vents or something? And I do like this brick. This brick here it's a nice brick, as Donkey would say. It's a nice brick. It's a nice boulder. There we go, brighten a little bit. It's a 3x3 wedge brick of sorts. And we do get the other colour for the Boba Fett slave one. But I quite like the dark blue one. I think I like the dark blue one better than I like the dark red. Both good bricks. Dark blue, slightly gooder brick. And that just fits on. Don't need to fill the inside of that. Pretty nice. And ooh, these slopes. Boba's coming in hot. Hot out the Sarlacc. Oh, there is a little dark green curve on it. I feel like that's what might continue down here and around. I feel like there's dark green there. I just don't know why. This is also another piece that I had first on the Acclimator in dark red. Might have been grey. I think it was dark red though. Or was it grey for the middle bit? No, it was dark red, wasn't it? Because you got the dark red stripe down the middle of the Acclimator. Did I forget the two studs? I did. Got a challenge. Next time I'm building a huge set, dump every piece in the box and build it like that. That is a challenge, because we did that with the turbo tank. We built it without instructions. I think with instructions might have been harder to do, because without instructions, you know, I picked up a piece. All the pieces were grouped fairly similar together as well, and I would pick up a piece and go, all right, where would that go? But following instructions, you've got to find a specific piece in that box, and we're talking, you know, a big set. We're talking thousands of pieces, aren't we? So the more pieces, the harder it gets to do. And we've got some more stickers. But that's a fun challenge. All right, this is on the left-hand wedge. And again with yellow, we want the yellow to be at the top. Do we want the yellow to be at the top? Wait, why am I scrolling through this? Why don't I take a look at the cover? Why don't I take a look at the cover of the slave one? And that will show us. Yeah, so we want the yellow to be at the top to match the slope. So we want the left-hand side with the yellow at the top in the edge. I might leave a little gap on this one because I do feel like the slope isn't going to be the same width as the sticker. So there's a tiny gap at the edge, but there we are. Yellow on the topmost corner. And hopefully that lines up with the slope later on. Shouldn't be far off. But that sticker earlier, oh, those two stickers. Absolutely beautiful stickers they were. And the other side. Oh no, it was perfect. It was perfect. Hey, there we go. Okay. And there's the other side. We'll take a closer look at those when we have the yellow slopes on top, and then we know how they're gonna go. With instructions too. Yes, crazy building those with instructions. That's a fun challenge though. What sets am I buying day one? So with the August wave, I haven't looked too closely at any non-Star Wars sets. Well, there's been a few, you know, Soundwave, that I won't be picking up day one. But I haven't really looked at many of the other sets. I've just added them to a list, and then we'll see at the time if I fancy picking any up. There's a few sets that are out right now that I'd love to pick up. So if August they do have a nice sale, I might find myself picking up a few old sets. But the Snowspeeder I want to recolor. The MTT I want to recolor. So I might as well recolor them now and then buy the set on sale. And what other? So the Turbo Tank Battle Pack I've already built. We've got the MT. So the only playset really I can see myself buying day one is the Slave One. But with the UCS Slave One, I don't know if I will pick it up. The Kaminoan. The Kaminoan is really, if the Kaminoan's value is that high, and I can't just buy the Kaminoan. I'm going to pick up the set anyway, whether I buy the Kaminoan or not. But if the Kaminoan's value is that high that I can't pick it up on the aftermarket first, I might pick up the Slave One day one. Maybe there is a gift with purchase actually for Halloween or something coming up. I don't know if they're not usually available for Star Wars sets. But if there is a cool gift with purchase, maybe I can get some money off the Slave One. With this, I think I do have enough money to almost get that Slave One playset for free. Maybe that will work. The Slave One gets me the Slave One. That'd be a fun set to build soon. But as far as the other sets, the UCS sets, buildable characters, I'm not too fussed with. How many bags did the Venator have? Was that the... Which Venator? The UCS? I haven't built the UCS Venator. I have built the 2012 one though, which had considerably less. I think the Venator, based on this, must have had at least 40 bags. At least. Considering how big the plates were, they probably split them up into smaller bags. Got to be 40 bags. Does anyone know in either chat? Which, if someone says in the other chat, I'll pass it on as well, by the way. Anyone know how many bags in the UCS Venator? A lot. A lot of bags. Is this a foot? Is it? This isn't a ramp. Is this? Oh, is this to support the ramp? Okay. That makes sense. Maybe even to support the top. Although it's grey. And I don't think grey works here. Oh! That's because it's for the outside. Which way is this spun? Like that. Oh, hey. We have the start to our wings. So that stops it at 90 degrees, at 90 degrees. Oh, there we go. At 90 degrees, at 90 degrees, and at 90 degrees. That stops it spinning any further, which I think the original yellow bit did as well, but that adds a bit to our design. Let's have a little look. Gonna go read, since whoever owns Lego is a refined, gentle person, and such people read. They do. You have to train your brain, your hand-eye coordination for reading, because you've got to read those Lego instructions. It's not a simple task. I like that. Lego instruction manuals are a refined sport, one could say. Yeah. And there's the other side. That is bag 9, I think we were on. So I wonder if we're building the wings next. Bag number 10. Well, there we go. It would be cool as well if, as we go through, the amount of bricks on the bag are the amount of bag numbers they are. So we start off with just 1 brick, then we get 2, 3, 4, 5, double that for 10. Because I do think, even with like the Eiffel Tower, the Titanic, there's enough studs on here to get like 40, 50 different bricks of 2x4s and 2x2s. We're not going to like 1x1 studs. Maybe if they need to though, they can fill in the gaps. Thank you, Monkey. Yeah, the patience I needed to wait to open this set. I have the patience of a Jedi. Never thought I'd say it. Never thought I'd say I have patience, full stop. But now I'm claiming the patience of a Jedi. May the bricks be with ya. Oh, this reminds me of the first bag we opened. Which almost is, just with a big 0 next to it. A few new pieces as well, but a lot of familiarity. Let's separate them. I don't know how Lego separate their small pieces still. I think there's just so many small pieces that they decide to put them in 2 bags, because if you put enough small pieces in a big bag, it will really confuse things. Just like how many pins we're putting in here. But it's a mystery for sure. Alright, so this is the nose of the Slave One. Ooh, we get a little sneak peek with the image on the instructions. And that means it's going to be very Technic heavy to support the weight of the nose, whether it's laying down or standing up. Either way, it's going to take quite a bit to support this nose. So 4 Technic pins securing these 2 bricks. No. 4. 3 Technic pins securing these 2 bricks together. Could you imagine I build the entire Slave One, get to the end of like attaching a Technic bit onto the nose, and I don't have the pins there. Have to go all the way back to bag number 10 just to get those Technic pins inside. There are ways of doing it that wouldn't require me to break the whole thing down. But I also think just in the moment, the sheer panic of having to break the whole thing. That's something. All right. I think this is already the top of the nose. Are we building this backwards? Hello there. I think we might be building this backwards. Yeah. We're tiling off and everything, unless it's the bottom. No, we got slopes on the screen. This is definitely the tip of the nose. That 2x6 light bluish grey tile has escaped me. Ah, got it in the end. Knew it was there. Had to be there, didn't it? And then I always get confused reading like left then right when it's digital, because I just want to go across the page. And as I was saying that, I think that's what I do with my instructions. I go across the page. And usually Lego do split. If it's a vertical build, they will split it like that vertically. But I wonder why they choose to go left then right. Because it's less easy reading to go down, down, and then step down compared to just reading across. And that's also how we're taught to read across the page. So maybe that's why I want to read across. 14 slopes. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Change sides. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and last but not least, where you gone? Oh no. Oh no. Oh hey, 14. There we go. Hello there, welcome. We're building the UCS Slave One, if you are new. And it's coming along really nicely at the minute. This is the nose. If you knows this set already, you'd know that. That was horrid. That was horrid. And then this part has the dark green on one side and the light olive green. I think I'd said sand green earlier. Is it sand green? No, it's sand green. Yeah. And the light sand green on the other side. I don't have a sand green little one though. So maybe it's not all sand green. And there's a little bit of maybe it is all sand green. Yeah, I just didn't find it. Oh, because it was in the other little bag. Maybe that's why they split the bags up as well. Light green in one, dark green in another. How is that? So securing this in with a rounded off plate. Surprised we haven't seen any bigger rounded plates in these UCS sets. because this is the place where we'd get some, like those giant 8x round plates that we had a little look at in, I think it was a friend set. Wasn't it one of the big friend sets that had the 8x round plates? And then, it might have been a few other sets as well. Friends just sticks out in my memory. But even bigger than that, we got 8x. What about 10x? I don't think we'd go much bigger than 10x. I'll be honest. Any bigger than that, they'd part it out, kind of like they've done with the sides here. Rather than creating new pieces, using existing pieces to create some new angles. Lining this up, and that's what this round plate's for, a little spacer so we know exactly where to put these plates and panels, and also to connect to the rest of the nose. Oh, interesting tile sticking out there. And then a few Technic pins to get it to connect to the rest of the structure that we're about to build. So I'd assume we're putting this aside again, which is nice. Could you imagine if we just kept building this onto the massive slave one, and I was just holding this, trying to flip it around and get underneath it? It's so much easier. Putting this down. Can we get this kind of... There we go. Putting this down and returning to it in a second. Watch, now I've said that, they're going to make us pick up the slave one and flip it around a few times. Right. Some more Technic. I don't think they were this big. No. A little Technic. A little 1x6 Technic. Don't think we've used any of them. I think all the Technic bricks have been quite lengthy in this. And this is a colour that has been used, I think, in the Playscale Boba. I don't know if it was this piece. Not far off. And this is going to be hidden as well. Nice colour to hide. And then to you. Ooh. We put that in too far. Hello there, Aruta. You're starting the UCS Sal Barge. That was going to be the other 10k special. It was between, I did a vote, for those of you that are new here, I did a vote when we hit, oh, it was earlier this year. I don't remember exactly when, but when we hit some sort of landmark, I don't know how close we were. I did a vote on the channel, a poll on the community page of which UCS set should it be. The 4 that were named was this, the Sal Barge, the Sal Barge. I don't think the 8080 was there because that had just retired. I think the Venator was there though. That's still on shelves, and there was another one, and it was between this and the Sal Barge for so long. Comments on streams at the time and videos were torn between the Sal Barge and the Slave one. And I think at the time, the Slave one hadn't come out when I did the poll. So it was people torn on the fact that the Sal Barge was the latest and greatest. The Slave one was the next one. But enjoy your build. The Sal Barge reminds me of, and I know it's very different, it's a lot better looking, but it reminds me of the model straight out of the Complete Saga. It does. The way they've built it, it's updated, but it's still nostalgic. So I do think I'll end up building it one day. One day we'll get that set. But you'll have to let me know how the build is. Oh, the minifigures are also really good. So many of them. But how do we feel about 3PO? The regular 3PO in a UCS set after the land speeder came with the dual molded leg. And I believe actually the dual molded leg, thanks to that keyring and thanks to a few other sets since, it's been included in like 5 sets. None of which are the Sal Barge, but it's no longer exclusive to the land speeder. I think it's the same minifigure. I'm a little surprised if you do by any chance don't own the C3PO with a silver leg. you can pick up a keyring, pop off the leg, and it's fairly cheap to add the UCS 3PO to your collection. It's just a mild irritation in it that it's not already in the set. Maybe that's because they just put so much effort into the other characters. And we also got a little insight from Lego around the time, because the sail barge was being worked on since the when we got a sail barge in like 2010. I think it was 2015 the last time we got or we were meant to get something with Jabba, and it was being worked on since like then. Best part of a decade. So Lego put so much time and effort into it. You got €150 discount. Oh, nice. Was that a sale or was that insider points? Either way, very impressive. Lovely sale on Lego. Gotta love that. Yeah, C3PO should have had the silver leg. Hopefully going forward, 3PO does always have that silver leg. I'm sure over the next year there'll probably be a few, but again, it's another one of those things that it's down to the designer of the set. The designer of the set might not like the silver leg. It might be too new. They might think that they can, rather than getting the silver dual molded leg, maybe that will make another minifigure look a bit odd or something. But the minifigures and some of the new head molds and that, I know Max Rebo is meant to be using the same piece as back in the day, slightly updated color, which is nice. But so, like the Clatoonian and that come with the set, it's just an amazing set all around. It looks good, it's got great figures. I don't think it's badly priced for what's included. And when you're getting €150 discount, you don't get better price than that. I'll have to keep an eye out this year, because some of the UCS sets do reduce down quite a bit around Black Friday and around Christmas. You can get a really good deal. Maybe we will be building that later on this year. Maybe that is a set that we'll revisit. Oh, yes. Yes, if that's all right. We will be powering through and making sure we can get this built. How? Oh, okay. We're putting that down again. And connecting this to both beams. Ooh. So first beam goes down there. And the second, this is like something out of an AT-AT or ATST. Look at that. And the beam is perfectly connected. It doesn't move at all. There's no function there. In fact, it's even being locked in on this side. There we go. It's even being locked in on this side by a little bracket. Release the bracket. This is a lot of Lego. All right. This goes up there. We push in the pin. And I also noticed the pin down here. We're definitely pushing this in. I put this in backwards, haven't I? We're definitely pushing that in when we're connecting the entire thing. Where would it connect? In here? There's no pin. Oh, there is. There's the yellow brick. We're connecting it in the yellow brick. Oh, so this whole nose like pops straight off at the minute. Huh. What do you know? So that would go somewhere in there. But right now there's nothing holding it down. So we'll have to angle it a little bit. There we go. There we go. We almost had it. So close, but yet so far. Oh, we're not done with you yet. What are you holding on to? Oh, also, I don't think I've lined this up. No. Oh, it goes the other side. That makes sense, because then we can connect it to the black pins. There's one, there's three, and last but not least, and now it holds itself up. So that's what the nose is going to look like. That is in there secure. Even for a Lego set. Nice and secure. I mean, you know, Lego sets are quite secure. Despite recent controversies. Looking at you, the turbo tank. And the exact same on the other side, right? Or are they going to catch us out? Are Lego going to sneakily put an extra little brick in here that wasn't in the other side to see if we're paying attention? Because I think just based on my experience with Lego should do that. So many times I'll build the exact same thing and I won't be paying attention. So if Lego sneaked a little brick in there, hello there Fernando, if Lego sneaked an extra little brick in there, caught me off guard and I'd finished building a set with one piece left over, that would drive me insane. 2 pieces is all right, because 2 pieces, well, you've missed it out both sides, so it's still going to look symmetrical, but 1 piece would drive me insane. Hey, 1 piece. Thank you for subscribing, Ruta. May the bricks be with you. Oh look, we've got a close-up image of exactly what it should look like. You can't really see the blue on it, but it looks like the image. Handy that, and the reason that is pushed out is because that's the pin connection that will soon be connecting to the yellow brick. Oh, you can see the yellow brick just inside. Right there, follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick instructions, I should say. And that's going to connect up to that. Right. Quite enjoy the tech. This is like a little side quest compared to the rest of the ship. We're on our Technic journey now. This is for the Technic badge. And just like the other side, there we go. Building this. How many? 2 bags left after this. So I'm going to keep stream running whilst I have dinner, because there's probably quite a bit more I'm going to talk about in this stream. But afterwards we've got the 2 bags to go, and then the rest will be built on Thursday. Once this stream ends, I'll have another stream that I'll get ready to set up, and that will be for Thursday's stream, so you can bookmark it, get it to notify you when I go live on Thursday if you'd like to continue with this build. There we are. Nice little, oh, we got the beam as well. Yes, I like this beam. I'm intrigued to see what this red piece is going to be for, because it feels somewhat important. Like this ball joint here, it feels like there's going to be something clipped to it, but it might just be to hold something in place, because it is on the outside and it is on the side of the ship. Maybe that's how we connect a wedge at an angle. And I feel like if this bag's for the nose, and I do feel once we built this we'll be connecting it in with the rest of the ship, I wonder what the next 2 bags will be. I feel like it's a symmetrical build. We could start building the nose. This entire build has jumped around. Oh wait, have I? Oh no, I went to put it on backwards. This entire build has jumped around. We've done one little bit, then we've hopped over to another side. And I do think that it's more of a case, I think it's more of a case of it's going to be jumping again round to something else. And yeah, I don't know if that's making any sense. I feel like it makes a little sense. There we go. Nose is in. We've still got pieces left over, of course. But what for? Bridging this, taking up some of our cockpit room. This is hopefully not too much, although we do have a lot of space. This is a UCS set. I gotta keep remembering that it's a UCS set, not a play set. We got plenty of space in this model. Secure that off. All right, how are you fitting in? Oh, is that food I can smell? Do you need a hand? Is
I
it
need a second stomach.
a second stomach? I like that. It smells that good. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, oh, that smells lovely. What do we got? Noodles, naan, pita. Pita?
No.
Naan, a mini naan, prawn toast noodles, and kebab.
Oh, I got.
Oh, that smells lovely.
Have you got 2 prawn toasts?
I do.
No, you got 3.
Oh, lovely. 3 bonus.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Do you want a spoon?
Oh, yes, please.
What?
Thank you. Be tucking into that in a minute. I wonder if these look like seat rests or something. They're not in the right orientation. Maybe they are seat rests. We got 6 prisoners, which I feel like might be the deck that they all sit in Mando or Book of Boba. I think it's Mando that they all sit in the slave one as it spins up. I feel like there's 6 seats in there for prisoners, and then we also have these 2 seats for the other 2 members that aren't sat in the cockpit. That's the other 5 of them. That sounds like it makes sense. Here's the other connector for... Oh. We've missed out this piece here. There we go. And then we've got the other connector in here. Probably also provides a bit of support with this being bricks and not a Technic beam. For the torso, for the cockpit above it, the torso. The torso of the slave one. Ah. And this will fit right in. Do we slide it all the way down? Or do we line it with the jumpers? It wants us to line it with the jumpers, which is just not all the way down. But it is at an angle. Oh. I wonder if they've done this for the nose, or if this is something that accidentally, came about. So, oh, there goes the back window. We'll fix that in a second. But I don't know if it comes across on camera. You can see there's a slight slope up a few plates on the side here. This isn't, you can see it on the instructions as well, this isn't flush with the system built-in standard. Alright, which way did you go round? Oh, that's the brackets keeping it in. That'll be alright. You went in there. Do you still go in with the... Yeah, still go in. Oh yeah, because of, yes. So that's the little hole that we've built with the arches. This is where the seismic charges go. And then there was a second one of these, wasn't there? Yeah. These lock it into place underneath the white slopes. So it's going to be fiddly to get in afterwards. Hello there. Yes, we've done most of the first half of the build already. I know, I weren't expecting to get this done so quickly. Originally, this stream was one of 3 because I didn't believe we'd get half of it done in just a single stream. But now it's looking good for Thursday, which is when we'll be finishing this off after today. We're not done yet. Oh, are you not? You're meant to be. Yeah, that lines up. I think I had the window one too far down. There we go. We've pushed in the 4 connectors. And now we're ready for bag number 11. But before we get to bag number 11, let's talk about that Grievous show whilst I'm eating, because I do think a Grievous show is it's got to happen. It's got to happen, doesn't it? Yes. We both want it. Chat seems to want it. Do we have any leaks of a Grievous show? Okay, there's a few little articles. Star Wars fans unite over Grievous prequel show. Yes, please. If Star Wars upcoming Darth Maul show does well, I have the perfect follow-up series. So do I. Grievous. It's been 20 years since Star Wars gave the funniest reason for General Grievous's cough. Actually, I wonder how many people know about Grievous's cough, because Grievous's cough was from the old Tartakovsky Clone Wars. Shout out Tartakovsky. That's great, maybe the best portrayal of Grievous that has ever been, the Tartakovsky one, because so much done in that show. We got Anakin's scar, we got Grievous's cough because Windu crushed his lungs. There you go. That's why Grievous coughs. Star Wars fans losing their mind over new sequel leak. It's an article, pinch of salt, but I'm going to click on it. What's this about? So 3 years later, after Obi-Wan Kenobi in 2022, the general opinion is it had cool moments where I think everyone loves the Kenobi show. One of the weirdest moments. It's just about the Kenobi show. I thought it was onto something then. Has anyone seen the Arkham Asylum image? The official images, wrongly labelled official. They were unofficial last I checked. But has anyone seen the unofficial Arkham Asylum images? I like the minifigures, which is not something that everyone's been saying. But I do genuinely like the minifigures. There's a few in prison clothes, a few in their regular clothes. I'm happy the Riddler, as someone who's not going to pick up the set, I'm happy the Riddler was in regular clothes. I think the Riddler's got one of the coolest outfits. And actually, it's probably not the coolest Riddler outfit either. But just in general, Poison Ivy, Riddler, I think Catwoman was also in there. Oh, and was there Mr. Freeze? I'm trying to look at the top of the box. I see a bit of blue. Maybe there was a Mr. Freeze as well. Do we have a full minifigure lineup? Ooh, if only Lego sold that little wooden display. It was Mr. Freeze. So we got the two Batmen. Let me pop this. Let me pop this out. I'll get a bigger image. So we got the two Batmen. We have Robin, which I think is Batman's son version of Robin. And we also have a Lady Bat. I want to say it's Batwoman. But I think Batwoman's grey with the blue and the ginger hair rather than red hair. I don't know who the other Bat figure is. Could be. I'm not too well versed on my Batman, but I like the fact that we're getting new minifigures. Then we have an officer or two. We have Riddler, Freeze, Ivy, and Catwoman in their own costumes. Oh, outfits. Can't believe I caught that. And then we also have Joker, Harley, Scarecrow, Croc, Bane, and Penguin, all in orange, jumpsuit style prison outfit sort of thing, which is nice. Harley, Joker, we get a lot of costumes for. Scarecrow, Croc is smart as well, because Croc's usually a big fig, so I assume that's Croc. It allows Croc to be a minifigure, because I feel like getting Croc's appearance, size and all that across is quite hard to do, so doing it in an orange jumpsuit is smart for them. They don't have to think as hard about it. And Scarecrow, I don't know. Bane, I feel like we've had a load of Bane minifigures. Maybe I would have swapped out, I think Poison Ivy, Riddler, maybe Mr. Freeze and Scarecrow could have swapped, and then also Catwoman. Catwoman and Bane, I don't know about those. I think Catwoman recently has been in a little bike set as well. Anyway, they're the minifigures for the Arkham set. I don't think we've got anything else on here, do we? Let me have a quick little look if anything else has come out. There's been a few reposts about, you know, the Death Star, some January sets, people guessing all. Oh, I've got the list actually. Let me get the list up of the Star Wars sets. Let's have a little look. So these are the sets coming out in 2026. We said about Mando and Grogu, and oh, no, we didn't. We said about Cobb Vanth Speeder. Cobb Vanth Speeder is meant to be a another like 6+ set that's about the same price. I think it's about the same price as the Mando N1. And then we've got the Mando and Grogu speeder bike, which we have got before with the Tuscans, but this is slightly cheaper, $9.99. I assume the bike's going to be like Keller and Beck speeder bike sized. Or, this could be a microfighter. Ooh. What I mean by microfighter is they could do this microfighter size, which is actually fig scale for the speeder. 58 pieces isn't a lot. I'd probably use that on my custom minifigure scale Mando speeder. And this comes with Mando and Grogu. Yeah. Huh. Meant to feature the UCS Razor Crest Din, which we haven't seen for quite some time. That'd be interesting if it does. If it does include. Hello there, go ahead, ask away, Brick Void. Sorry, I was daydreaming into 2026 for a moment there. We've also got an AT-AT which has no figures and is meant to be like a MIDI scale AT-AT. Grogu's Homestead. What? Grogu's, is that where Din and Grogu are at the end? Is that a little, are we getting a modular Grogu's Homestead? Yeah, I wonder what that means. A Shock Trooper, Clone Trooper, Mech Trooper, which is interesting to get those. Why aren't we getting like a 212, maybe a Nova Corps, one of the other clones? Maybe they're retiring the battle pack, but we're giving, maybe Lego are giving us some more regular Phase 2 clones. Maybe. Siege of Mandalore battle pack we spoke about, slightly smaller than the other one that's just coming out August. It's got the 332nd Troopers and the Mandalorian Super Commandos. A MIDI scale Venator would be quite nice. And a buildable BB-8. Lovely. Thank you for subscribing, Brick Void. It'd be interesting. So, that's what, 8 sets that are meant to be coming out January. I assume this might be January to March as well. Maybe we'll get like 6 at January, 2 at March. But it seems all good. 2 MIDI scale, a buildable character, a battle pack and mech, and 3 Mando themed sets. One of which 4+, one of which 6+, one of which 7+. I got the speeder bike and the Cobb Vanth speeder the wrong way around. Cobb Vanth is 7+, Mando speeder is 6+. I also apologise for any chewing you can hear. Feel free to mute and unmute as you please. So what are we thinking of January 2026? There's a few other rumours as well which don't really give much. What have we got? A £70 Empire set, a £100 Rebel set. Ooh. £70 Empire set. That could be a ship. That could be a TIE variant. I wouldn't mind that. But £100 Rebel set. Are we getting another like a playset Tantive? Maybe. I don't know if a playset Tantive could be made at the £100 set. That'd be nice to see, with just like a cockpit, and that's basically it. Not far off the MIDI scale. All right. There we are. But what else are we hoping to see next year for LEGO Star Wars? I'd like another big set, even though we got 2 this year. Maybe that's the £100 Rebel. Maybe it's slightly cheaper next year. Doubt it though. I think for the UCS set, so we got a Slave one this year. What did we get last year? The TIE Fighter. So we're back to original trilogy. Or are we? Could we be getting like Mando? I know what the UCS set for May's gonna be. Oh, please don't, LEGO. I think the UCS set is gonna be Mando's N1. And the reason I think that is purely because slight spoilers for The Mandalorian, if you're working your way through them, only slight. But when LEGO released the UCS Razor Crest, that was the season that the Razor Crest got blown up. Rumours, Star Wars rumours now, outside of LEGO for the Mandalorian movie, is that Mando replaces the Razor Crest and finds another Razor Crest model, very similar to the original ship, which is to get, you know, re-releases of the Razor Crest out. But LEGO are going to go and give us a UCS N1, and I have a feeling it's going to be destroyed. LEGO give us the N1 in May. That's what, May 4th? May 1st early for members. And then May 27th, I think, is when the movie comes out next year. Way far off in the future, isn't it? We got Christmas first. And yeah, it's going to get destroyed. And it's going to be a successful set because the ship looks awesome. But I do think Mando's N1's the May set. This year we had 3. Jango Fett Slave 1 in May. The ATST coming out in like a week's time. And then we've got the UCS Death Star. I think the UCS Death Star, we can't be expecting something like that next year, surely. I think that's a one-off. In 2000 and... Is it every 10 years? Was the first UCS Falcon released in 2005? If so, well done LEGO. I think it might have been a bit after that. 2015 though was the new UCS Falcon, and now 10 years later the UCS Death Star. I don't think it will be another 10 years. I think it will be like 5 years. I think we'll have to wait 5 years for another UCS set. 2030 is the next giant Death Star. That will be when they... I don't think they'll even retire it though. I think the Death Star will still be on shelves. They'll just redo the Falcon with, you know, the million new pieces that they've made since then. Or they could give us another large ship, maybe something like the Razor Crest, even bigger. Maybe that's when they redo the Razor Crest. Wanted the Death Star but can't get it. £1,000 is a lot. Like I pointed out, so this UCS set's 280. It's 3, nearly 4 of this UCS set. You can have 4 UCS sets for what that's going to set you back. I just can't wait to see what the sales are like on it. I think that's going to be impressive. But yeah, it's crazy price. What we could do is try building it just with parts we got lying around, because when the Death Star drops, the instructions are on lego.com for everyone. I don't think LEGO are going to change that. What if we just build it and like every month order more parts for it? Because ordering parts, I have to see. When the set drops or when it's on Brickout, we'll have another little look like we did with the August sets. And I'll have a little look at if the parts are on Brickout and how much they are without any of the minifigures. because surely it's going to be, I mean, if a regular set tends to be, nowadays the August Wave are really good. The parts themselves are worth like double the set. But with a Death Star UCS set that big, I do think that it's got to be worth at least half. We're talking like £500 worth of bricks, of which we own a lot already. Maybe we try building that. Hello there. I am, thanks for asking. What's my favourite Star Wars character? Ahsoka Tano in canon, and Luke Skywalker from Legends, for any old Legends Expanded Universe fans. There might have been a neater thing to eat on camera, but I'm really enjoying this. This is lovely, so don't mind if I do. And also, going back to the UCS sets for next year. So, Razor Crest, I think, in another 5 or so years, I think that's valid for them to update that. Maybe give a few new minifigures if Mando's still kicking about as well. But with the UCS set next year, what did I say for May? I've forgotten it already. No, that was it. So for May, the Mando's N1, and then for the August sort of September time, I think September, the reason the ATST was released with the August sets this year, I do feel like it's because of the October Death Star. It's to space that out. Whereas with last year's sail barge. Shout out to the person building the sail barge. That was released in September 1st. September 1st. So next year, September 1st. I think it'll stick with original trilogy. And because we've got the ATST, don't we? But that was a land-based ship. Then we had the TIE Interceptor. Then before that was the TIE Fighter and the X-Wing. Or was it just the X-Wing? We might not have had a TIE Fighter for a while. I don't feel like it'd be another TIE Fighter. I feel like a UCS, maybe a UCS Y-Wing. Maybe a UCS Y-Wing could be on the cards. If an X-Wing is 100 and something pound, or was that 200? I think the X-Wing was only 100 and something pound. If the X-Wing was 100 and something pound, could the Y-Wing be the £100 set? The cheapest UCS set? But again, I think the Y-Wing's better as a playset. That could be £100. A Y-Wing and TIE Fighter. I think they could also do a scaled Y-Wing with a bit of Technic as well. Or give us a £100 Y-Wing and go all out on it. Give us a few figures. We'd of course have the pilot. I think a Y-Wing could include Mon Mothma. That's a figure we haven't had for a while. Or was Mon included in Yavin? I don't think she was. So we could get a Mon Mothma. And then... ooh. That crunch was beautiful. Drew's just built the UCS Razor Crest and it's so amazing. Oh. So, I have the playset Razor Crest that I think I'll be rebuilding next year. I've still got the stickers for it and everything. I've saved those. The interior stickers for Mando's bed I haven't removed because you just can't get in there to remove them. So, I'm wondering if I should just part out the UCS Razor Crest. I don't think I'd buy it. I think the Mithril's pretty cool. I made my own custom quill as well. So I'd probably pick up the Mithril. I wouldn't want to take a UCS set off the market for those that really want it. Especially because I'm going to part it out a few months after the movie. Also, that's going to be like the first movie that I'm really going to want to see at the cinema since like Well, since Rise of Skywalker. There's been other movies that have been cool. How to Train Your Dragon would be worth going. Superman I'm tempted to go see. What have I seen recently? Oh, Thunderbolts I saw in the cinema. That was a good one. Marvel as well. I like keeping up with Marvel. Let's have a little look. A few leaks from Eclipse we've got over in Star Wars. This is... Ooh. Anything interesting popping out? Oh. Yes, a UCS N1 Starfighter would pair nicely with the UCS Razor Crest. It would. Can't wait for the Mando movie. I think it was May 27th, wasn't it? That date might change up until we've got the official... Even when we've got the official posters, that date might change. But we'll get confirmation of that next year. But end of May, another Star Wars movie hitting cinemas. And Mando. I think the only thing that could have rivaled a Mando movie is the release of the final 2 Andor episodes in cinema. I didn't have any near me to go see. I don't think they ended up doing it in London in the end. But seeing the finale of Andor as a movie, I think that's the only thing that could rival the Mando movie being the next big Star Wars thing in theatres. I do think it's going to go down really well. I'm going to get so much merch. You know where cinemas have little bits from the movie just spread out? I'm going to fall victim to so many of them. Oh, that's something that Star Wars announced a while back. A Bad Batch book. Well, they didn't kind of announce the Bad Batch book. They put out a post, The Bad Batch will return. Fully misleading. They knew what they were doing. But there's a new book. Star Wars Sanctuary. With a new Bad Batch scene. I assume it's something that didn't make the series. A lot of those books going around. Oh, we got a few new posters for Visions as well. Visions will be at Anime New York City for a Q&A and a screening of the Season 3 short, Black, alongside a pre-recorded Q&A with the director. Oh, I'll be keeping my eye on that. We'll watch your career with great interest. Who's the director? Shinya. Q&A with Shinya, there you go. Doesn't seem to be much else going on though with Star Wars. A lot of, you know, the usual Rian Johnson interviews and the likes. Is there more Acolyte Oh, there's a book for the Acolyte, The Crystal Crown. Nice to see the story continuing. Wonder where that will go. I feel like it will be the same as the show, just in more detail. The art behind Andor. Yeah, a lot of new books and that coming out. Doesn't seem to be much. Where was, though, that little excerpt I saw about Eclipse? Where was that? I want to see... Oh, I found it. It's from months ago. The concept art. Oh. Eclipse is a Star Wars game that was meant to be coming out... I think it was meant to be coming out years ago at this point. Still in the works, allegedly. Well, the concept art shows off a few of the different characters. Nice. Huh. Well, Star Wars games have always been good with their character design. Not just the Jedi games, but Outlaws with the commando droid with a jacket. We've all got the jacket on there. Great idea. A few fun bits of concept art. 2026 is the rumoured, I think that's what we're all hoping for next year for Eclipse. But true, we do have more information on Zero Company just within their first little tease. That was Star Wars Celebration, weren't it, than we have on Eclipse total for the last couple years. And I feel like Eclipse was one of these things that was dropped at like 2019 and never touched again. Concept art's a good look though. It's getting there. It's getting there. Right. So well, let's finish this and get back to the Slave 1. Don't think we ever got into the Grievous show in the end. Would be awesome though. So I think 12 episodes, 3 episodes arc, 3 episodes to an arc. I would have the first arc being Shilao. Just you know, being Shilao. The second arc being recruited by Dooku, Palpatine, whoever they choose. I don't really mind them keeping too much to Legends. I would like them to make it their own, whoever picks it up. And then third arc, maybe the second arc is like when he's after the battle and however they choose to run their story, and he's got a few little cyborg bits, and then the third arc is him gradually becoming more and more cyborg, upgrading parts, collecting lightsabers even. We could have a little scene of that. And then fourth is Son of Dathomir. Has to be. Which builds up to... because Son of Dathomir is around Order 66. So he must like leave Dathomir to go sort out the Separatist leaders, and then Revenge of the Sith happens. Wow. Well... final bite. There we go. Let me clean my hands. I'm going to go wash my hands. And then, I have a little, be right back for this, don't I? Hey! I'm going to go wash my hands. That is not centered. And I'll be back to continue the Slave 1. Alright. Can you take my bowl? So close, but yet so far. Alright, I've returned. How quick was that? Someone time it. Let's get the instructions back up so you can see what I'm doing. We're on bag 11 out of the 12 bags that we will be building. Let's get the other one as well. This chair can be quite a bit noisy. So there's our 2 next bags. Oh, you are not standing, are you? Not standing for this at all. Fill it out a little bit. Hey, there we go. I think that's going to be a little confusing as well. People thinking we're going to be 12 bags in. We're on bag 11. I'll stand this up in front. And we've got a bit of energy to continue now. We've eaten and we're ready to go. All right, not the best tear. And, oh, this does seem to be... no, it's going to be this side. Oh, I didn't even think about that. It's the other bits of green. Right, there we are. It's the other bits of green that go around. Are they green on the top? There is. Not on the top sides, but on the top bit. Just around there. All right. Let's get back up the instructions. Kind of helps. And first thing we need, aren't down here. They're all the way over there, and it's a snot brick with studs hidden. Okay. So that's what it says. That's what I do. And then we haven't even opened all the bags. There's energy and there's excitement. And honestly, probably got both of them right now. I'm excited to see this finished thing built. And it's like, I know it looks big on camera. Put them to the right. But there's just no way of telling how. I mean, and like, unless you've in person seen my desk, which very few of you have, then there's no way of knowing just how big it is. Unless you own the set as well. If you own the set yourself, some of you do know. But wait, how? This is illegal. This is illegal. So Lego want one of these axles in, but to get this in the side, we're gonna have to like bend the yellow bracket out of the way. That's an illegal. It doesn't put stress long term though. It's a semi-illegal technique right there. And there's a little handle to make sure that the wings are turning at the same pace as each other. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I thought about it for the end there, but I didn't think about it for these wings. And we're just filling out this little bit of interior. Huh. Oh, I didn't realise those two bricks would have been at the same level. That's some math behind that. Right, someone in chat has got to let me know if that's technically illegal. Because that's days worth of equations used to calculate if that is. One by, here we are. Oh, fancy little bracket. No, don't mind if I do. Why have we used a corner bracket? I wonder why we've used a corner bracket and not just used a straight up 1x4 brick. Oh, with the clip, could we not get... Oh, we couldn't get the angle needed for the clip. So they've gone and put a little corner bracket in, a corner panel. That's what I'm looking for. Sorry, not a corner bracket. I guess every bracket has a corner. It's a corner panel. There we are. And then another little corner panel, not bracket, a corner panel, just like so. Oh, there we go. Definitely holding on some slopes, isn't it? Not yet. Need two of these. One. And two. Just to secure this middle bit down. The more bricks we're placing here, the less space we've got. I guess this is the cockpit, isn't it? That's probably where like the Bacta and the jetpack hang. Two of them. Framing it out. There we go. There we go. And then where's this meant to be? What is this for? Oh no. Are they meant to be down one? Oh, that makes more sense. If everything shuffles down one. No, it doesn't make more sense. I still don't know what's going on. I thought we cracked it. I can't confirm. Nope. Because then we've got quite a big gap there. I guess this makes sense for the snot bricks more to be quite cozy in there. What else we got? Two of these, one of these, and two more. Oh, we made a mistake early on. Good thing we caught that. Oh, and this. There we go. 0 mistakes. Again, just really frames it out well. Maybe that's where we put the seismic charges in, and there's a little door that holds them in place. I can see that working. Starting to tile it off. This is the end of this part, and we start with the outside. Though if this is the top bit here, it makes you think what the last bag will be of this book. Bag number 12. Hello there, it is the new UCS Slave 1. Welcome. We're building the first half today, and the second half will be continued on Thursday. So stay tuned for that, as well as, of course, everything that we've done today. It's a great build. So far, I think I can hands down say this is my favourite Lego set I've built. And I think, you know, having a UCS set in front of you, I won't forgive you for saying that for every UCS set. All right, open it up. Let's get those little bricks in there. This has been awesome build so far. And on top of this, I will be picking up the Slave 1 coming out in a few days' time, about a week, to compare. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Try and save money to buy. It's worth it. It's worth picking this up. I did splash the full price on it the day it came out because, as a massive fan of Attack of the Clones, this is my set. This is my set right here. Had to be this one. So I'm a little biased, but it's worth it. For sure it's worth it. And so if you can get this on a good sale, it'd just be even more worth it. And then you and you. Yeah, we're building this for 10k subscribers, so welcome. Welcome to the 10k crew. And then this goes just like that. Just like that. What a set to be building as well. Alright. Same on the other side. Stud and all. Not many studs in I think, given how large it was, I was expecting more little pieces. I'm surprised at just how decently sized a lot of these pieces are. For a UCS set, I know the piece count is one of the more impressive features of them. But there's some really good quality bricks as well. You just bought the new Arc 170, and as soon as you saw the Slave 1, you immediately started saving. Yes, I like the playset scale, but UCS, it's the ultimate form, isn't it? Have you seen the, I mean, I've got a video that's just come out today if you haven't seen it, but the change with the Arc 170, I assume you have the version with the translucent black cockpits, and if you do, check out that video and see if you can contact Lego if you fancy upgrading to the clear cockpits, because they've recently just switched around the model. Very interesting switch. Yes, they've modified it a little bit, and this is straight from Lego, so if you check the official Lego website, you'll see it has clear cockpits, and they've switched it up in an interesting take to make it accurate to Revenge of the Sith, which goes along with all their other sets. And they give you them for free. I made sure before the video that they give the cockpits and everything for absolutely no extra cost. They give the sticker sheet as well. Yeah. So if you go through the replacement pieces, you don't have to speak to anyone. If you go through the Lego replacement bricks, if you Google Lego replacement bricks, it should take you to your store. And then find the set you're looking for, add the 3 clear cockpits, add the sticker sheet, and yeah, definitely contact Lego, because they've only just switched it up a few months into release. And that goes for anyone that wants those clear cockpits. If you've got the set with the darker cockpits, contact Lego, and they send you the replacements for absolutely free. They do say it takes 9 to 20 something days to send them, but I'll be honest, I got mine within, I have to check when I sent the email out and when they sent the email actually to say that they'd send them, but I feel like I got mine within the week. I suppose it depends, you know, how much Lego have to ship out as to how quickly you get it. That I can't say. But their customer service, amazing as always, really sets them apart from anyone else. Yeah, I got a full video that shows them off a little bit just out today, so check that out after the stream. And hopefully you get your clear cockpits. Because whilst I do like the original cockpits, I can understand the change. You know, for Revenge of the Sith having the clear cockpits, I am British, yes. British, even. As you can tell. Yeah, I quite like the change. I'm intrigued to see if Lego are going to keep doing that to sets as well. Releasing a set and a few months later switch it up. Because they did it with the Sith Infiltrator, with Qui-Gon Jinn. The first month or two had a reddish brown beard. And I also understand that wasn't in all sets. That was in most sets. And then afterwards they switched it up. And switched up Qui-Gon's beard colour. But it's really fun to see when Lego do stuff like that. Because we have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. And really we can only be guessing. But we've effectively got 2 versions of the ARC 170 within 7 months. Which we're only dreaming of for other sets. But it's cool to see. It is cool to see. I really am a fan of Lego switching things up like that. I just wish they did it a little more. They could do that with minifigures sometimes. Oh, nice! From Wow's. Wow's is a lovely place. Oh, there we go. Been to Wow's quite a bit, actually. A lot of trips to like Truern and the likes. Oh yes, is it that time? I tell you what. This microphone only lasts 5.5 hours, but given how hot it's been recently, it's only really lasting up to 5 hours. So in the next 20 odd minutes, I should be changing the microphone. However, because we've got one bag to go, I might actually, I'm going to push it. I'm going to push it, see how long this mic lasts. So if at any point I do go mute, I'm not miming, the microphone's dead. Please just let me know. Scream at me in the chat. Where would you visit in the UK? There's so many, that's one thing I've learned with living in the UK. You know, I've been, well, living in England specifically for me. I've been Wales, been Scotland, haven't been Ireland yet, but I've been to Paris, Spain, Belgium, Germany, but I still haven't seen so much within the UK, so much, you know, quite locally to me. The first time I went to Southampton, I didn't even go to Southampton, honestly. I drove through Southampton to go to the Lego store. It was like one of the first times I've been in that little area of England. There's so many places that I just haven't been and should really. I mean, there's enough Lego stores for me to have an excuse. But London's a great place. You should definitely check out the Lego store. I always talk about, I think there was someone else that was going to London a few weeks ago, and I told them to check out the Stratford Lego store. Stratford's Lego store, shout out to them. That's my Lego store. That's where I always went as a kid growing up. So, I mean, obviously it's the personal ties to me. It might not be the same for it's not going to be the same for everyone. But I like how different it is to Leicester Square. I wouldn't say it's a small Lego store. It's more of a local Lego store than the London one. But if you are going to London, there's the Lego store, which is the second biggest in the world at the minute. Pretty impressive. Are there any dishes? I'd recommend you try. Oh, gotta have fish and chips, like a proper fish and chips store. Like fish and chips, fish and chippy, yes. Can't beat fish and chips. Also, if you can find, if you, it depends what you like. If you like curries as well, you can find a really good curry house, and they're really good. Other than that, a lot of the time when I go up London, it's like a McDonald's, you know. I cook so much at home. I have fast food when I'm out because it's just that fast. More time in the Lego store. There is 6 London Lego stores, but London's a big place. So you've got Battersea Power Station. Used to be a power station, thankfully isn't anymore. They turned it into a shopping mall. It's beautiful. That's quite a sight to see. That's on one side of London. Let's see if I can name all the London Lego stores. So we got Battersea, we got Leicester Square, we got Stratford Westfield. Then we also have the Westfield, the other side, that's actually even further than Battersea, I think. And I think they're the main ones in London. Any others in? There's a few near. There's one nearer to London that is it's not near at all, but it's in Bluewater. That's a close one. Oh yes, burger sauce all over on the chips, or if not burger sauce, ketchup and mayo. I think some companies call it saucy sauce, but that's delicious. And it's, you know, tomato mayonnaise. It's on your way to becoming burger sauce. Or like mayo and barbecue sauce. Mix up a few sauces. Oh. Or, I tell you what, a kebab. Oh, I do love a kebab. A kebab's nice. And a lot of fish and chip shops also do kebabs. You know, some of them probably even do curries. When I went up to, I think, actually, that might have been England. I want to say it was Scotland because of their battered Mars bars, but I think it was England. I can't remember exactly where it was now, but I had, in a fish and chip shop, a battered cream egg. Oh, it's one of those things that, you know... Was it Southampton? Oh, wow, there you go. Battered cream egg in Southampton. Shout out Southampton for the battered cream egg. That was delicious. I would I have it again? I probably wouldn't pay that much for a cream egg, but I would make it. I would definitely make it again if I had a fryer. I've made cream eggs just as good as the real deal. And yeah, and I've battered things, but it's a different batter in it. It's more of a deep fat fryer batter. It was lovely. I'd recommend that. If you can find like a battered Mars bar or something, I think even if you don't like it, it's one of those things that you can say you've done. You've got to try it. Chocolate and deep fry it. It's not good for your body, but it's lovely for the mind. Oh. No problems, you're welcome. Burger sauce is nice. A blend of mayonnaise, ketchup and other ingredients. Yeah, pickles. I love pickles as well. Bit of mustard. Yes. It's mayo, ketchup and more. Mayo and ketchup is what I have when I run out of burger sauce. And then I just start mixing every other sauce. Mayo and barbecue is also nice because barbecue is kind of like a smoky garlic ketchup, isn't it? I think it's got the same tomatoey base, but it's got a bit more into it. And of course that smoky barbecue flavour. Yes. And mustard, can't forget the mustard. Although I don't know after the other day if you'll want any mustard. Can I tell them about that? Yeah. Oh, we had hot dogs. And usually with sauces, we are very, very generous when we're adding sauces to things. But we didn't have any bottled mustard. Normally we have bottled French mustard, isn't it, typically? But we had a jar of English mustard, and you went ham with the English mustard all over the hot dog. And you could barely eat it. You had to scrape it off. And I was like, oh, it can't be that bad. I didn't see the mustard get applied. Okay, I didn't realise it was very generously coated in English jarred mustard. And whew, that would wake someone up from the deepest sleep. Well, it's actually quite close to an experience I had with Lucozade recently. We love a good Lucozade Sport from time to time. Quite flavourful, high in sugar and a lot of other things. Again, not too good for you from time to time. And I had an original, just a plain Lucozade, not a Lucozade Sport. And that packs up, compared to a Lucozade Sport, which is what I was expecting, that packs a punch. That does. The original Lucozade. Like a Lucozade Sport gives you energy, but an original Lucozade's crazy. But yeah, they will wake you up no matter the circumstance. Oh. What is my opinion on the terrible prices of the new Star Wars sets? So disappointed. I agree, Moonshoes. In 12 to 18 months, they'll become more affordable. I think in 6 to 12 months. A lot of them will be on sale. We saw with the June sets, well, I missed out actually. It's thanks to you I know about this. But with the June sets, as soon as they come out, there were some stores that had like 15% off online. Not just one of them, there were a few of them in the end that I got told about. Completely missed out on all of them, as I do. But I do think there'll be some stores in a few weeks, especially the Turbo Tank. Maybe the MTT. I think the MTT would be a good deal on a sale. But especially the Turbo Tank. There are going to be some stores that have that pretty reasonably sold. Like, we're not talking a lot of money. Not 25% off or anywhere near that. But they'll probably have 10-15% off on like Amazon in not too long. So I don't think it's too bad. I will shout out another video of mine where I had a little look at the prices. This is a recent video, you don't have to scroll back too long. We had a little look at the prices of the sets if we parted them out right now. Once the sets come out, some of these pieces are only going to get a little bit cheaper. But if we parted them out right now, a lot of them sets are worth at least double or, you know, nearing on double what Lego are charging for them. Especially that Slave 1 that we worked out was like £180 if you tried to get your hands on it now. And that does kind of include, I think that includes buying the UCS Jango Fett torso because of the printed arms, but you'd have to swap out the printed arms. So it's not exactly triple, but to be honest, it weren't far off triple what the set goes for, which is like 60 quid. So that's why I'm really interested in picking that one up and seeing how that affects over time. 5 years time, if a load of sets have used those pieces, it's going to be a lot cheaper to part them together, which is what we're seeing with sets from like, especially from 20 odd years ago. Some of the original Star Wars sets use exclusive pieces. There's a V19 that still has a 2x2 round tile in dark red exclusive to it, which I don't get on with because I've needed that for so many different mocks over the years, and it's still exclusive to that one set. I don't even think it's an expensive piece, but it's still exclusive. But over the years, so many other exclusive elements have been re-released in various sets. And yeah, time will tell how they hold up. But right now, they're worth quite a bit. The only set you'll consider for the new wave is the Mini Slave 1 or the V19 Torrent. I think the V19 Torrent, first off, I would like to clarify, I am saying that different every time. Every time I say that set, it comes out differently. But the V19 Torrent is a contender. Actually, I completely forgot about that set earlier. That set's got some good minifigures with the Asajj, the Kenobi, and the Pilot, all three of which are potentially exclusive. I think that would be a very close day one pickup for me as well. I'm tempted to pick that one up actually. That's about the same price, isn't it? I think that and the Slave 1 are around 60 quid. I can't remember exactly how much that is. Maybe that's a bit cheaper. But I think they're about £50. Yeah, the new Clone Pilot is what we've been asking for so long. I don't want Lego to get the wrong idea and think we don't want it anymore. Yes. I want a battle pack of just the clone pilot helmet. I'll take that. Genuinely, I would take that. Oh. Oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. Hello there, I'm doing good, thank you. We're building the UCS Slave 1 at the minute. Did we need one of these on the other side? No. Okay. Suspicious of that piece now. Oh, wrong side. Good thing we have a brick separator. But yeah, the V19. Oh, do I pick up the V19? Do I pick up the Slave 1? Do I pick up both the V19 and the Slave 1? Getting a little carried away now. Oh, I'm going to have to see it in person, aren't I? What are we doing with these? Where is this going? Is this under... Yeah, where? Oh, could this be the ramp? The ramp could be wide, and that would hook out over. I think this might be the boarding ramp. Maybe. Is the Jango as good as it's said to be? Oh yes, I really love this Jango minifigure. I don't think there's anything else they could do. I wouldn't even change the legs. I think these minifigure legs are perfect. The back of the torso is hidden by the jetpack. Maybe there's a little something there. But we also have dual-sided head, which usually for someone with a helmet is unheard of. I think the only figure I can remember that has something similar to that is Bo-Katan, the Clone Wars Bo-Katan. I think Bo got a dual-sided head. Oh look, I've already done it. Folded it up and everything. It is the door for the boarding ramp. Thank you. Ah, starting to build the Lego beach house and the beach and the ocean. Oh, nice. I like the... There's an old creator beach house, actually. Oh, we're literally putting it in now. Okay, which way does it go round, though? That way. Oh, I see. This is for the... Ah. This is for the underside. Okay, and that goes, oh, that's why we need the other bit. That goes something like that. We'll leave it down at the minute. But there's an old creator beach house, like a 3-in-1 creator beach house that I think's really cool. All right, on the blue and then on the black, and I think we're going to do the same the other side, so I'll be able to show you exactly what that just was. But some of them are really cool. Oh, the small part's actually the door. Oh, nice. That does seem like it can go up with a ramp. Oh, that's lovely, that. All right, we've got a little wedge to cover this little gap. Tie all the Technic together. Lego don't want us breaking this one down. And then what I did on the other side was there's a black beam that connects this end bit of the nose. These bits just touch, no actual connection. And a little grey half beam, half the width, that connects that, keeping it solid to the build. A little bit of wiggle room because the pieces do bend, but not much. And then this slopes it off nicely. And that gets it looking good from underneath. Here's the ramp, almost exactly the same as the 20... How old's Lego Star Wars? 2019 Slave 1 playset for the 20 years of Lego. Was it really that long ago? It was, wasn't it? Quite some time passed. One of the functions of the set is you push down on the grey part of the door and the door will open. Oh, I wonder if I'll be able to do that when I have this section built. Let's give it a go. We got a few grey bits to push down here. Don't know if any of them will open the door though. So that there, and a little bar on the ends. I guess this clips it into place. Oh, Lego ain't messing around here. 4-length bar between the pin, which I like the Lego are using more and more, because it's a handy connection for this. Very accurate to the scene in Attack of the Clones. That's what we love to hear. Same goes for the Jango and the Boba. There's been a bit of, I mean, we'll get into this when we've got the Boba, the Jango even. No, yes, the Boba Fett. We'll get into this when we've got the Boba Fett from the next half of the set. But I quite like the wet hair on it. I do quite like it to fit the scene in Attack of the Clones, and then this connects to this element here. And in you go. Oh! Oh, hold on. I see what you mean now. Oh, so it doesn't... I thought this ramp would pull out and it would be like the other ones. No, this is accurate. This clips in and this stays in, doesn't it? Oh, this is amazing. The ramp goes down. So this is it. This is it. Oh, this might just top the sticker. If you miss the sticker, this. All right, this is telling us to get to book 2. We won't be getting to book 2 today. We'll be continuing it on Thursday. Boba's a travesty. Oh no, what did Boba do? No, Boba's not a travesty. I like Boba because in Attack of the Clones, when Boba runs out into the rain to get to the Slave One, which is what this scene's from, Boba's got wet, scruffy hair. This isn't Boba from just before. That's a Camino Boba Fett. But I do think the scruffy hair looks nice. However, I do have to say that I also think the playset of this should have given Boba at least an alternate hairpiece. I think the scruffy hairpiece looks nice for a UCS set. Bit of accuracy, you know, for someone like me that is probably going to talk about it on a video. But for the playset, black or brown? Black or brown for Boba's hair? Because it is brown. It is brown in Clone Wars and in Attack of the Clones. But, and you know, Boba Fett's a clone of Jango. That doesn't mean they're identical. One thing in cloning, I did about this in science. I can't tell you why. I haven't done this for years, but one thing in science is hair color isn't that genetic. Like, it isn't that genetic. So Boba Fett having different hair to Jango actually works, and that's fine if they gave Boba some brown hair. Actually, I have a little cadet just down here because I got my cadet out whilst I have this set. Look at this cadet. It's a bit bright there. This cadet has, I think, the perfect hairpiece for Boba Fett. It's the Han Solo hairpiece. And it's got the same sort of waves as Boba. It's not too long at the back for a young Boba. Maybe this is more so Clone Wars Boba with a bit longer hair. But I think this would have worked for the playset. I think brown hair, Han's hair. Exactly, Han's hair. Maybe a dark brown Han's hair. That would have been nice to have seen. One thing you like about the new playset is the seismic charge. Yeah, the seismic charge little feature they've got. The seismic charge in the playset, you open up this ramp and then load the seismic charge and they can fall out the back on demand. Han Solo hair's perfect for Boba. Alright, I'll remember that when I do a review on this, which I probably will. I don't know if I'll do a review on this, but I'll definitely do a video around this. I'll mention that because I do think it is more accurate to, you know, a standstill Boba. The messy hair I like, but the colour is the one thing that got to me. But that is all. Let's take a look at this feature. I'm so excited to retry this. So when you press down on the ramp, the door opens. The door, oh, that is awesome. So there's the door shut again. And the door, I'm sure there's an easy way also to close the door. That's good enough for me. That's awesome. Whoa, I'm going to be sat here for the next 48 hours till Thursday's stream just playing this. I don't have the 2015 UCS Slave one. No, I didn't pick it up. But I wonder how similar they are. They've got to be different enough to be different sets, don't they? For this to need it. This door feature is a massive upgrade. Massive over the last one. I agree. And you can really see inside. Look at how much that opens the doorway up. So that's the beforehand with the ramp. We've got, what, about 3, maybe 4 studs wide at most. Can we fit 2 brick separators in there? Not quite. You can't fit them all the way to the back. But you can fit like a few bricks tall. And then there you go. You've got enough space and 4 studs to clip down a minifigure going in to the front. What I could do is order some parts to build a Boba Fett version of this. Really the only difference, actually there's quite a few differences, because like the white would be light grey, this would all be dark green, this would all be dark red, the dark blue down here. I did say about building that, one of my big complaints was these little stickers here. That could have been a slope, that could have been brick built. And I think given the strength and the detail they've added inside the model, I don't see how you can brick build these parts, not nicely, not without having a few more gaps at top and bottom and a few more hinges to add onto the inside. And then you're just getting rid of all the other details. So here we go, let's add Jango in there, just to show that there's not only space for a minifigure, but space for maybe there's almost space for a Kaminoan. Maybe not under the door, but it's coming close to being enough space. And then we can just throw Jango. Oh, Jango still stands. Jango still stands when the door is shut. You can kind of see how this is shaping to be as well, with the nose coming down here and then the rest of it taking shape. I wonder if the wings will be the last, well, the display stand, but I wonder if the wings will be the last thing. Jango's minifigure is really cool. Although I guess the helmet should really be in Boba's arms for Attack of the Clones. Too soon? 23 years? Too soon? But I like the Westar 34 pistols on Jango as well. They're the same piece that was very first used, and honestly, I don't think there's any better piece. But something that's also fun is Jango must at some point lose his blasters and have a little use his string to just use his gauntlets to launch a cable, grab the blasters, and grab them back. You can get a bit of string in these blasters. That's a cool little play feature if we ever get a set like that. But I think Jango coming in these 2 sets, that will probably be all for the Jango. The rangefinder, the rangefinder is a lovely piece. I'm happy we got the new rangefinder for the clones as well. I do think the visor could do, well, I guess we did get a new visor, didn't we? We got the specialist visor a few years back. So now the big thing is, got the new visor, got the new pauldron, got the new rangefinder or the viewfinder, and now we need to sort out the Karmas. The 332nd that we're getting in January, don't use Karmas. That gives Lego a bit of time to think, but I'm sure it won't be long before we get some more clone troopers in need of Karmas. So hopefully, now is there going to be a carry handle for this? I don't think there is. This is going to be an awkward model to swoosh around. You need both your hands, but we've still got 3PO on the back of the Slave one. Yeah, I guess, who else is going to need some Karmas? I'm going to get work on some custom Karmas for the new clone troopers. If anyone's interested in ordering them, let me know. I'm working on getting the lightsaber clips as well on the store. Just need to work out a few more bits with that. But that's been all for today. We got through 12 bags. Let's try not to knock this over last minute. 12 bags of the Slave one, which gives us 11 bags to do on Thursday. Definitely more than possible. The mic's going to die any second, so I'm going to have to go and get this on charge. But thank you so much everyone that tuned in to the live stream, and if you're watching this on demand, shout out to you too. And until Thursday, Thank you so much for watching. May the bricks be with you.